Yay, it's Hesper.
Wah 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 wah. Hi everybody. Okay, and break to break the pre-rolls. See you on the other side of the Doritos dimension. All aboard the scam train.
Choo-choo.
Holy shoot butters! Gamers, thank you so much for welcoming me back with a wonderful, wonderful scam train. Scam train, everybody! Let's go! Hi, everybody. Welcome in. It's wonderful to have you. I need to adjust one thing real quick. I need to adjust my graphic settings real quick. Double check me on the audio, and let's make sure that my audio is coming through okay and that the balance feels good. If anything is like really grating on you, or if it sounds really weird, let me know. And let me take a moment to thank everybody for the incredibly kind gesture of giving me a wonderful welcome back. Thank you so much. I gotta scroll up through here. Maxi, thank you for the 100 bits. Hi, Magna. Thanks for the golf ball to my face. Look how flat my nose is now. Thank you so much for the resub. I think that was Mystic at the beginning. Thank you, Wolfwings, for the 5 community gift subs. Thank you that was a pretty good shot. You got some wonderful people. Ryose, thank you for the resub for 34 months. Has it really been that long? Wow, we're basically besties. We should start a group together. Mystic, thank you for the 100 bits. Iron Bite, thank you for the 500 bits. Void, thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. I think I got everybody. I think that's everybody. Oh, now I can say hi. Hold on. I've got new buttons. I've got a new keyboard. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. Haha. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. It is wonderful to have you. Canary, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. How was yours? Rose, thank you for 510 bit. Gotta be one step above, huh? Go from 500, now it's 510. Listen, any of y'all who gave me 500 bits, please, gosh, get on Rose's level. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your support. Thank you for helping me out. It's very, very appreciated. Our financial situation, you know, I've talked about it enough. I don't need to talk about it anymore, but y'all know you're helping me in a very real and tangible way. Thank you so much. Hello, Canary, we're just getting started today. We're just getting warmed up, getting a little bit of, I did some vocal warm-ups. I ate an egg and some rice. It was good, it was tasty. BRB, actually, because big news, Draw Screen is here. Draw Screen! Congratulations, it's really exciting. Hold on a second. Just gonna solve this problem real quick. Hold on. Kobo enjoy egg. Fawn does not like eating raw egg. Mushroom is good though. I changed my tracker settings a little bit. I think I'm gonna turn my head now or do that. Thank you very much, Clickflint, for the 500 bits. That's really sweet of you. Thank you for your support. Egg is crucial. It's true. Egg is pretty crucial. In these trying times, someone offers me an egg. I want to be grateful for it, you know? Choose gratitude. Sometimes you choose eggitude. Sometimes you choose yolkitude. I'm just yoking with you. What the hell am I even talking about? What is Fawn's favorite snack? Fawn's favorite snack is a nice veggie plate. I like fresh veggies. I really enjoy fresh veggies. I like them steamed or roasted. I very much. It's very much like something with like hummus. You dip some veggies in a hummus. It's very good. It's very tasty. I like a veggie plate. I'm a tofu eater, actually. I make a really good fried tofu. I'm very proud. I figured out how to do a really good like crispy fried tofu in the air fryer, which is a really, really, really good way to fill up and get like the benefit of a chicken tender and whatever sauce you want without having the incredible amount of fat or having to eat an animal. Well, mushroom is pretty cool. Thank you for the snacks, everybody. So let's welcome everybody. Oh, Mana, I've got some recipes for you. You let me remind me and I'll tell you. I've got some recipes for some extra firm tofu that I think will knock your socks off. I think they're really tasty. You're gonna try and do pork belly in the air fryer? That'll be tasty. I don't really like pork belly. Even if I'm eating meat, you know, because fawns don't eat meat, obviously.
They're vegan.
Okay, I used to eat like Bacos, right? When I was a kid. Those Bacos, they were non-meat bacon bits. They were just little crispy fried bits of like pea protein or whatever with like bacon flavoring, but there wasn't any meat in them. They weren't actual bacon. I would just eat them out of the jar as a child. I would just put a handful and then crunch it. And I got yelled at because you're not supposed to do that. Don't eat the eggs, they haven't even cracked yet. We crack eggs around here though, so no egg remains uncracked for long around here, Ashley. Also, hi, thank you for the first time chat, both to you and to our other first time chatter. If I scroll up, Humming Bell, thank you so much for the first time chat. I didn't point it out last time I said something about you. Hi, I'm Hesper. I see we got some newcomers in here. It's really nice to meet you guys. My name is Hesper, Lamina, Lightwing, Lasiduous, Temporaria, Alexandria, Moet, Choco Taco, Hydro Puncher. Everything went better than expected. First try, perfect timing. 10 minutes later, Taco Club. I just want everyone to be okay. Lily Huff, but you can call me Hesper or Lamina for short. Those are both fine. I interest with both. And I'm the level 1 NPC Fawn Witch, who hangs out here and does a Twitch stream sometimes. Boop. And I live in the land of Enum. It's a magical place where everybody has stat sheets and numbers, and things like character level are a matter of course for us in our day-to-day business. But today, I'm gathering everybody here to talk about a very special topic that's very close to my heart and very important to me, and is a big part of the reason why I needed to take like a couple weeks off of stream, because things got a little out of hand and I want to discuss it, but I want to give everybody a chance to filter in because this is important. And I think beneficial information for both streamer and viewer. If you are a streamer, this is a discussion you're probably going to want to be a part of because you're probably going to have some experience with this yourself because it's the nature of the beast. But also I want to discuss some more specifics of this. And the topic of the day is parasocial relationships. I want to discuss this because it is kind of the elephant in the room. It's the thing a lot of streamers are afraid to acknowledge because they're afraid of not seeming nice or approachable. And we don't want to scare people away from the stream relationship that we have, which is inherently a little bit parasocial. That's the nature of Twitch as a platform. And so I want to talk about it in frank terms and have a discussion and lay down some ground rules. Because I want to talk to folks about why I needed to take some time off, why I got overwhelmed, and why my work-life balance is so garbage. Because there's a couple reasons for it, and one of them is the dreaded parasocial relationship. So we're going to talk about that today, but I want to welcome everybody in first. I want to get everybody in here and give everybody a big ol' hug. I think it's a very important topic. Crack the eggs, don't smash them. I mean, you can do both. Sometimes you crack an egg like gently.
Have you heard about the witches who specialize in long-distance radio frequency communications? They're called the Microwave Coven.
Alright, Slimin. Sometimes I cringe in the next week when you open your slimy little mouth, and then sometimes, Slimin, you really nail it. This, by the way, is my familiar, Slimin Gelmont. He's a level 1 slime. He has 1 hit point. He's worth 1 experience and 2 gold. Please do not whack him with your wooden sword.
I ate 4 dozen eggs.
Whoa, you're roughly the size of a barge. Please establish your boundaries and be very firm about them for your own comfort. Well, Diggy makes a really good point here.
Nail it? But I don't have a hammer or hands to nail it in with.
But you do have a bunch of nails floating around in you. I hear them jingling. Sometimes he goes doo, 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 and he spits out nails like Popeye shooting rivets into like a World War II battle cruiser, and he just like builds things like doo, 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 like a little nail gun. He's cute. Oh, welcome back, sweetie. You're sorry I had to deal with that. People should respect boundaries no matter how many you have. I mean, I agree objectively, but you're a streamer. You're a streamer. You agree as well. But I want to talk about it because not everybody's aware of like the depth of this topic or what it really. Why is my tracking so shaky today? I feel like I'm wobbling a lot today. What is going on with this? Is my lighting funky? Maybe that's a little better. No? No, it's not. It's really not better. Something funky going on with my tracking here today, gamers. That's very weird. I don't know. We'll see if I keep
I love you.
Oh, I love you too, Printers. Hi. Hi. Printers is my girlfriend, gamers. She lives very far away from me, but I very much love her anyway. Pouring a Celsius liquid cooling system. Just a Celsius? That's what it did. Literally every 3D VTuber you've seen has been wobbly today. I wonder if there was like an iPhone update or something? Or if there was like... there's a setting I can change to kind of tweak this. Let me turn this down a little bit. Tracking layers. Let's go to ARKit tracking. And let's turn down there's a smoothness.
If you live far away from printers, you should employ the services of the microwave coven.
Now you got one, Slyman. You gotta let the bit go. Can't live in the past, buddy. Stay in the moment. Hesper, clearly you have a copious amount of gamer subs and are overcaffeinated.
That sounds awfully painful. Don't listen to him.
Line? No, we don't use Line anymore. I don't have my login. Line, if you have a Line login, it gets linked to whatever mobile device you have it connected to. And then if you lose that mobile device or don't have it anymore, you can't transfer your account off of it. Sorry, Slyman. You also can't log into Monster Farm, the Monster Rancher game that they have, the Monster Farm Mobile or whatever, that I tried to get into like a couple weeks ago because a friend of mine was like, yeah, this is the game. And I was like, oh, that looks fun. Sorry, Mancha. All of your suezos are going to be going hungry. Sorry, Slyman! Slyman, unthrow out your old phone! Dispose of your electronics appropriately, of course. I want to say hi to everybody too. Hi, everybody. There's way too many people for me to greet everybody individually here, but if I missed something you said in chat, feel free to repost it. I want to greet everybody. Also, hi Rose, hi Diggy, hi Mana, hi Clickflint, hi Tony, hi Bancho.
Have you seen my Tamagotchi?
It's actually coming in the mail on... I want to say the 29th, Slyman? I'm getting my first Tamagotchi, actually. This is really exciting for me. So a friend of mine, and I don't want to talk about your personal business without consent, so I'm just going to say a friend of mine. I know you're in the chat. A friend of mine is into Tamagotchis and wanted a Yeah, Mana, hell yeah! Is it tomorrow for you? That's so exciting. Also, hi Moosin, hello. So a friend of mine wanted a Tamagotchi and wasn't sure they were gonna be able to pre-order it in time to lock in the melon soda plastic case. And then Diggy was awesome, and Diggy was like, hey gamers, the pre-orders are up, and posted the thing in like a server that we share. Because Diggy was looking out for us, because Diggy is a good dude and does that. And my friend was like, oh, I can't afford it. And I was like, well, I'll get it for you. And so I did. And but originally I was like, okay, I'm going to pre-order this and then I'll ship it to you. And then I was like, okay, give me your address and I'll forward it to you. And they're like, okay, here's my address. And then I was like, well, you know what? I already have one coming to me and pre-orders are still open. So I'm just going to pre-order a separate one for you because this looks kind of cool. And it makes you really excited and I want to understand. So I ended up getting 2 Tamagotchis. Like I left the original one I had ordered to myself and then ordered a second one for them. And so, because I never had one. All the girls in my school growing up had Tamagotchis. It was a very girl-coded thing where I grew up. I had a Dreamcast VMU with a Chow on it, and that was my Tamagotchi, which I'm told is similar, but I've never had an actual Tamagotchi, so I'm gonna have my first one in a couple days, and I'm really excited. Yeah, Mana, thank you for getting me into it. Mine was cooler? I don't know. I don't know if that's true. Have you seen the melon soda case? It's really cute. Also, hi Frog, hello, and thank you for the Hydrate Mystic. I'm gonna do that right now with my neat Owala flask, not a sponsor. Hey, Sparkster, welcome back. Nice to see you. Yeah, Hesper evolved a little bit. You might be familiar with Kobo Hesper, but sometimes Hesper want to be a Kobo because Hesper want to be a character streamer and want to stay in character and do a thing, but sometimes Hesper don't want to do that. So sometimes Hesper do what she originally said she was going to do with the kobold and use the kobold sometimes for special engagements and when she feels like it. And then the other times you can just hang out with Hesper and she's not in character, she's just Hesper. So your Tamagotchi was cute until it shit itself and died shortly after. That's when I'm at my least cute too, so. All Hesper is good Hesper. Thank you, Solanum. You feel bad for the countless Tamagotchis in the afterlife because your ADHD ass could not take care of them but would always restart. Oh my god. Oh, there's a moment in Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail that evokes that sentence you just said. And I don't want to spoil anything, but anybody who's played Dawn Trail, just imagine that one shot. It includes a lot of jars, but include a Tamagotchi beeping. It fully recontextualizes it. Hey Hesper, are you okay? I'm actually doing okay, Sparkster. I know you're probably commenting on something funny my model did, but truthfully, I'm okay. I'm okay. I took fully gamers, it felt like I took a whole month off. I was gone for 10 days. I was off stream for 10 days. Not counting like days that would have normally been weekends. I think technically it's been like let me actually check. Hold on. My promo posts. 12 days. It's been 12 days since my last stream.
Hesper has become Oklahoma.
Yes. Where the wind goes sweeping through the plain. Insert Rita Repulsa meme. 10,000 years! Neopets, Tamagotchis, there's so many of them waiting angrily in limbo. And a bunch of Chow, too, but they don't really die, I don't think. I think they just... Do Chows die? I don't remember if Chow... Ah! Appleboom, wait! Wait! Ah! You saw a sad skeet from me and worried about me a little? I haven't sad skeeted in about 2 weeks, I think. But I'm gonna talk about it, actually.
You'll find out now.
I'm actually going to talk about that today. The reason why I needed to take a break. The reason why my work-life balance is so garbage. Oh, they reincarnate. That's fine, printers. Oh my god, I'm so hiccups. I got the hiccups. Excuse me. So, Chows just end up in the Sonic movie trailer. I know it's not a spoiler, but I've avoided watching the trailer specifically because I was told that the trailer contained a big moment spoiler, and that might be the one that my friend was talking about. So I'm gonna not talk about the Sonic movie until after it's out. Oof. Okay. It's actually why you don't want to boot up Sonic Adventure 1 because your favorite little guy's about to die of old. I'm so sorry, printers. That's so miserable. Chow shouldn't. Well, I guess things are beautiful because they're temporary, right? So we've got 45 people in here. That feels pretty good. I mean, I don't know if that's right. I don't know if that's updated since the last time I streamed. But anyway, let's have a discussion. I think let's have a discussion. Because, and this is appropriate, this is Hesper villain mode, because this is gonna maybe make me less approachable, this is gonna maybe make people less desirous of my personal company. But I wanna set this record straight because it is taxing. It is wearing on me. It is drawing more energy than I have to offer. And I want to discuss this because it is a boundary that a lot of streamers... I see this in a lot of my friends' communities. A lot of people who have launched their streams since I've started, and a lot of people who are maybe newer to it, or who enjoy the social validation that this offers. I want to offer this as a bit of advice as well. And we're going to talk about boundaries, and we're going to talk about parasocial relationships. We're going to have this discussion here because this is so important. So let's move on. Let's move on to that. It's something that people don't want to address, but it's so important. This is the thing. Diggy did a re-debut as a VTuber, and it was an amazing experience. It was a ton of fun. A bunch of really cool friends came out, and Diggy had one frame that I saw people talking about. And this frame was like in his promo, and it was like, here's my boundaries. I'm clearly stating we're not automatically friends just because you came to my stream. Please do not DM me. Please do not reach the hell out. Please do not try to get in my personal bubble. And I feel like this is something a lot of people are afraid to talk about, but Diggy was a trendsetter. And so it's a thing that I have not talked about myself. I've discussed it with people in private. I think it's time to put this on the table here. So, so with regards to parasocial relationships, I want to define it first. We're going to open with the definition. Webster's dictionary defines it. So, here is the beginning of this discussion. We're going to officially opening it up, and I'm going to say a couple things, and then I'm going to open the floor up to people who've had similar experiences. And I want to turn this into like a discussion thing, because I'm not a pro. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not an anthropologist. I'm not a Twitch historian. I don't have the scholastic understanding of this that maybe like a high-minded, civil studier would have. But I do have a little over 4 years of streaming experience and a lot of experience as an entertainer. This is not my first rodeo with being exposed to the general public and being accessible to folks. So I've done stage performances, I've done musicals, I've done Renaissance Fair stuff. I've dealt with parasocial relationships for a lot of my life. And so let's define it. Let's talk about it, right? Does eating geodes make you a geologist? No, it makes it a grumbologist if you can't digest them. So, let's be honest and true up front. In order to define parasocial, we first got to define what is social. A social interaction. The root of all human connection. Social. Literally just means one human plus one other human having an interaction of any kind. Period. End of story. That's social. To socialize is to connect with another human being. And this is the thing that people crave. This is the thing that people, particularly in an increasingly isolated society, people develop an unhealthy lack of. Much like you gotta get vitamin D from the sun, you gotta get exercise and cardio from moving around, you gotta get social interactions from other people. This is the way we're wired. Like the earliest wiring we have in our brains is to identify 2 dots above and 1 dot in the middle below a blurry shape that resembles a face as a face, right? It's like the earliest thing that humans learned to identify for a reason. We're a tribal creature. We're a species that relies on other humans to exist. And I know I'm a fawn, it also applies to fawns. And so, one of the most fundamental needs a person has is socialization, is to connect with another creature of the same species. We're not isolated, and with few exceptions. There are some people who despise human connections. There's some evolutionary outliers and some psychological outliers. There are people who don't like this stuff. This does not apply to everybody. But that's social. To socialize is to connect with another person. And it's important. It's very important. And now, there is another thing, and this is a term that we see tossed around a lot in Twitch spaces, in performance spaces, things like Twitter, things like content creators, and YouTube in particular, we get this one. And this is a relationship that it goes beyond the social. It lacks, in some way, that direct connection between two people. Because social is a bi-directional flow. We have something that goes beyond social. In the same way that paranormal goes beyond the normal, we have parasocial, which goes beyond the social. That's the definition of the term. A relationship that resembles a social relationship but goes beyond the basic format. In some way, it is different, it is beyond, it is not in the space of social. It is somewhere outside of that bubble. Parasocial. Now, what we usually use this term to define is a relationship where there is a social connection on one side and not on the other. And this can happen for a number of reasons. And to be clear, parasocial is not a bad word. It's not a scary term. It's not inherently bad. A parasocial relationship is just, at its root definition, a relationship that is social on one side and not on the other. Now this,
Oh my God!
it's probably pretty obvious to see why this could be problematic or why this could lead to unhealthy behaviors or unhealthy expectations. If there is a person who is projecting a social relationship in one direction and not receiving one in return, there's a lot of reasons that can happen, many of which are unhealthy. And so it even includes stuff like book authors and their readers. Exactly. You feel so for an example, right, to help you kind of understand like what the parasocial relationship is, you've probably experienced it yourself at some point in your life. You've probably felt this. If you listen to music, you watch a music performer. Back in my day, it was like Breaking Benjamin or Green Day. People would develop a crush on the lead singer or the guitarist of a band, and they would imagine a relationship with that person. And through doing this, would grow to feel closer to that person. They know more about that person. They have that person's schedule memorized. They know everything about that person's wants and dreams and desires. They grow very emotionally close to that person. But that other person doesn't know they exist, has never heard of them before. But it causes that veil, that division, to grow thinner and thinner and thinner. And sometimes you see this lead to things like obsession. You see this lead to things like one-sided friendships or overindulgence. You see this lead to things like social pressure to try to force the other party to have a social relationship that they did not sign up for and did not want. And these are unhealthy behaviors, and this causes damage and pain on both sides. And so, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle received a terse letter from a lady reader following the publication of a Sherlock Holmes book where the author attempted to kill off the character. The contents of the letter simply read, "You brute." Man, if I haven't received that exact thing as a DM before. And so a parasocial relationship is not inherently a bad thing. Many mediums, Twitch included, lean on that space a little bit for success. Because let's break it down, right? And this is part of why people don't want to talk about it in this space, because it kind of like shows you how the hot dogs are made and kind of kills the illusion a little bit. Because I'm up here on a stage in what I imagine in my mind as like a club. When I'm wondering like what my chat looks like, I imagine a slightly darkened auditorium with a couple tables, people enjoying some drinks and snacks, and I'm there on the stage talking, but there's no physical barrier between me and you. You've come to my little comedy club show and I appreciate you, and I'd probably chat with you in the wings if I bumped into you. You know, like there is a connection. There is a legitimate social connection there. But it's not a full social connection. It's not like we're in the same college class together, you know? We don't have that, because I can't have that with everybody. Sometimes my stream gets over 100 viewers. There's not enough of me to go around. But so, I think the reason people don't talk about this is they're afraid of losing viewers, of breaking that illusion, or that sense of ownership that drives Twitch as a platform, that Twitch has monetized to sell bits and subs. The idea that you can interact directly with this person, this larger-than-life figure that I am projecting onto the screen. Because again, I'm not always like this off-stream. I'm much quieter off-stream. I sit around and wrapped up in a blanket watching YouTube videos most days. When I'm not working on something, I'll sit there and I don't really talk. I don't really wobble around. I do talk with my hands in real life, but I make myself bigger for the camera. And so the version of me that you're seeing isn't really the real me. So even if we had a one-to-one connection here, you're connecting with a fake version of me, right? And so that's inherently parasocial. And Twitch monetizes that. Twitch makes you feel good about buying bits and subs and having that connection with the person. And it can become unhealthy for some people. It can become, for people who don't have that social connection, that so important social connection, Twitch can give them an avenue to get those feelings of social connection for money. And there are services that people can use to connect with a person for money and gain that social thing, and that is a parasocial relationship. But that's a consensual parasocial relationship on both sides, right? It's not inherently a bad thing. It's not my speed, but... The other thing is, people will offer things like GFE or BFE on their streams where they're like, I'll LARP as your girlfriend, and I'll give you the illusion that we are closer than we are, because it makes you feel good, but then they label it as something like GFE in order to keep that separation. Because it's labeled as an experience, a fantasy, right? And so, a large cause of parasocial behavior is also loneliness. Absolutely, Crow. I think 100% loneliness leads people to crave those connections. And so, with a certain amount of isolation, yeah, Dolly's right. It's a social experience with many people, but not actually an intimate social interaction. But sometimes people can get the illusion that it is. And this is where a parasocial relationship can become harmful for both the performer and the attendee, right? Regardless of the format or venue or medium, that's where it kind of becomes harmful. When it is a one-sided relationship with expectations that are unmet. Like if I say this is GFE, you know, if you give me 500 bits, I'll have a conversation with you in private about whatever you want to talk about for 20 minutes. That's a thing that people do. It's not a thing I will ever do. But it's a thing people do, and that's a consensual social relationship that people have entered into, right? And yeah, Frog, I see what you're typing there. You start getting uncomfortable messages, people asking to hang out after stream, trying to start conversations in DMs. I'm gonna get to that. Because that's a big part of why I took a break. And so, people want to shoot their shot, right? They tell you, shoot your shot. Be brave. You know, they tell you, like, you're never gonna connect with the person you want to connect with if you don't take the chance. But like, much like the girl on the subway with the headphones on, you don't always want to talk to the person. And they don't always want to be talked to. And I think this is a big important part of this. So hi everybody, let me feed you a new intro, and let me discuss what it means and why I'm changing my intro. Right? Let me give you the skinny here on how this applies to me and our space. Hi, it's me, Hesper, your companion fairy, here to help you fill up your hearts and lock on so you can slay your way to a brighter day. Now the goal here is that I will give you something positive. That's what I want to do. I want to give you smiles. I want to make you laugh. I want to give you a good time. I want to give you the words you need to help pick you up out of a dark place so that you can go on and meet your destiny. Which is not me. I'm here to help send you on your way. I'm here to give you some positivity so that you can move on and reach the goals you need to in your life. Now, I'm not one of those. And I want to be very clear, I've made very good friends through streaming. The best friends in my life I met through streaming. But this is not a thing that can be forced. This is not a thing that can be purchased or bought, regardless of how much you donate or how many accounts you make to view my streams simultaneously. This is not a thing that can be forced into. And sometimes you just don't have that connection with the person, and that's fine. That's acceptable. But so I want to talk about when I say people are my friends, right? Friends means different things. Sometimes when you have coworkers, you call them your friends too, but you wouldn't bring them home with you. Sometimes you make friends at school, or like a person you ride the bus with every day. You could call them a friend too, but maybe they don't have access to your private life. Maybe they don't have access to your personal secrets. So I want to be clear. I want to be clear what this means for me. Shoot your shot, but don't be too disappointed if it's a miss. It's not always your fault. Sometimes the basket's not even there. You think streaming leads to a higher rate of parasocial interactions because it's long-form format and conversational aspect of it makes it feel more personal than it is. Dizzy, I agree, and I think that's part of what Twitch uses to monetize its stream. And I think it can be a little exploitative, which is why I want to talk about it here. So. Acquaintance is the operative replacement for friend a lot of times too, but that's a little too impersonal for my tastes because again, the people that I do connect with here, this is a two-way connection. To some extent, Twitch does go both ways. You do have a certain amount of access to me. Like you have a chat window right there that I'm talking to. You know, we can have a back and forth here. So it's I wouldn't say acquaintance. I consider the people who view and come to stream my friends. But there's a barrier there, and there's a border there that shouldn't be crossed. It's different to have a friend like this than it is to have a friend who you pour out your heart to and share your secrets with. And that difference is maybe nuanced, Maybe not everybody has the wiring for that. It's not like the old days where you love Brad Pitt, but Pitt had no idea you existed. Yeah, the line is a lot blurrier, Ashley. It is a lot blurrier now. You feel like if someone wants to connect, it's better to join the community and see if you actually connect. If not, you can't take it personally, and that's the issue with people. They expect the streamers to have the same feelings on wanting to be friends, but it's much more than that. You gotta pass the vibe check, but even passing that does not immediately equal close friendship. So Tony really gets into the meat of it here, and this is what I want to talk about. So gamers, I get a lot of DMs. I get a lot of days when I stream. Normally less when I don't stream. But, okay, so we went in to see Wicked the other day. And during the 2 hours and 40 minutes runtime of that movie, I received 4 different DMs from people that I don't normally talk to. I get usually between 15 and 20 different DMs a day. So let's say I stream for 6 hours. Let's say I do an hour of prep and warm up, an hour of cool down, right? So that's an 8-hour workday that I don't take a break in the middle of, followed by 20 DMs. There isn't enough time in the day. There's not enough of me mentally to go around. I'm disabled. I pour everything I have into my streams. I don't have the energy when I come off stream to greet 20 DMs. And I want to be clear, like, I don't resent it. I don't dislike you. I'm grateful for the attention. I'm grateful my content meant so much to you. And I'm grateful that the space that we've created here, because we've curated an incredible space full of amazing people, full of truly wonderful, generous, kind, protective people. And we've made this space very safe. And this space is where I feel at my most comfortable. Right here, right now. Surrounded by you all, got some music going, we're talking about stuff. This is where I am the most at my ease, but I don't have the energy to do much beyond this. And so, when it comes to DMs, I usually say to people, hey, I don't have the energy to answer every DM I get. Sometimes I will always read them, because I do. I do always read them. I've read every DM anybody has ever sent me. I have never not seen something you've sent me, but I don't always have time or energy to respond. Especially if that response leads to a conversation. I can't have 20 conversations at the same time. And a lot of times people are DMing me because they want to get closer to me. This is a parasocial connection. And this is a parasocial connection that harms me. A lot of times someone will see me on stream as a person, because I am. And they will see me as a person they can access, because I am. It's what I do for a living. I am a person you can access. You can type a thing in the box, it'll pop up on the screen and I'll talk about it. But they start to see me as a person who they can access when I'm not streaming. And they'll send me something like, hey, just giving you a hug. You talked about something heavy on stream, here you go. And I appreciate that sentiment. Sometimes they'll say like, hey, welcome back, you had a great stream today. And I'll say, thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. And then they'll say something like, how are you doing? Or they'll be like, hey, let's deepen this conversation. The problem is not that people are reaching out to me and trying to connect with me. I like that. I appreciate that. The problem is that there's no way for me to really say no to that. And I've said no to that in the past and gotten a lot of negativity for saying no to that in the past. Well, who the hell do you think you are? I donated $200 to you. But you can't buy my personal life. It's not for sale. It's not a product I'm selling. And so, what you get is, when your job is curating a social space, having more social interactions off stream with viewers is just more, it's work for me. This is the thing. And I've talked to some of my friends about this. They don't agree that it's work for them. It's work for me. It's work. And I gotta have time off of work. I gotta have time. Donations and subs do not equate to friendship. This is a very good point that Diggy has sent and Printers has pinned. It's complicated because I need the support. And Twitch as a platform monetizes that parasocial relationship to create an environment where you feel connected to me and want to support me because you feel personally and emotionally invested in my success. Right? This is why people don't want to talk about it, because this is Twitch's big money move. This is how Twitch monetizes small streamers. For larger streamers, people like partnered streamers, a lot of it is the content, and they're very much function like YouTube in that regard, where they're like, this is a content creator, they're producing content, Now we have content on our platform, but like for smaller streamers in particular, they monetize us by kind of pushing that parasocial connection, by exposing us to people more directly, and by making you feel more connected to us personally. And this is a fallacy, this is a falsehood that is perpetuated by Twitch. And again, I rely on this parasocial space that Twitch has created to live. It doesn't have to be harmful, but a lot of people don't get those boundaries, right? See, Mello, I really appreciate that you said that, because you are a VIP, and I do really appreciate you, and I want to tell you what my experience is like, from my point of view here. From my point of view here, I'll hit go live, and anytime I see a name, one of these many multitudinous rainbow colors popping up in the chat log with some words for me to talk about and read, I get so grateful. I get so grateful, and you fill me with such genuine feelings of happiness. And in that way, our connection is actually social. The two-sided flow of things, because what I want to do here, what I want to do, and if you care about me as a person, this is important to you. What I want to do with this space is, number one, share my revelatory moment about self-actualization and becoming yourself. And number two, I want to make you smile. I want to make you laugh. I want to give you a goofy ha 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 ha. The world is dark and scary and sad, so let's hang out and be pink and cute and fun and fuck around together. That's what I want to do with this space. I don't want to sound mean, but I'm not really here to make friends or start romantic relationships. I'm not looking for more partners. And I'm not really here to, like, even if you were a streamer, even if you were another streamer and we collab and we hang out off stream a little bit in the green room, like, that doesn't make us friends. Sometimes it does, but it doesn't automatically mean that we are close friends. And it doesn't mean it's appropriate to DM me every day. It doesn't mean it's appropriate to demand more social connection from me. And so this is getting into something personal here. I have received a number of parasocial connections in the past that have harmed me. And I had one very recently that harmed me, really significantly. And so the person has multiple accounts. And I know they're in my chat right now listening. And I want to say this is not a personal call out. I'm not naming anybody, but you know who you are. You know who you are. And so I'm going to say this in a broad sense. I'm addressing the room, but I also want to address this personally between us, and I'm going to use it as an example. So I have a viewer who got really hung up on the idea that I called them a friend. Because they are a friend. Because most people I meet, I consider friends. If you are kind to me, and I am kind to you, we are friends. Period. I call everybody friend. Because I think I want the world to be filled with more friends. But I am not a limitless well of social connection. I am not, and I do not have the time, or the energy, or the desire to have a personal, close relationship with every viewer in my stream. And I know this can seem maybe a little cold-hearted of me, but look at it from my point of view here. From my point of view, I got 50, 60, sometimes 70 people in my chat. I can't. There's just not enough of me. And so if you want to swing by my DMs and say, hey, good stream, or hey, your audio was a little off, or I really like the new model, like, please, never hesitate. My DMs are open. I've never closed them. But if you were going to take that connection and you're going to start pouring your heart out at me, you're going to start trauma dumping, or you're going to start demanding to know more about me, or you're going to start trying to maneuver to change yourself to be, and I quote, more relevant to me, that's manipulative. That's manipulating me. That's toxic. That's extremely, extremely harmful to me. And you're not the only one who's done it. And you're not. And I mean this very, very kindly and as gently as I can. We have gone to a parasocial place in that connection, and it is a harmful parasocial place. And it is because I understand this person, like many people who pursue this sort of thing, are just lonely. And Twitch offers you the ability to socially connect with a person. In a real and significant, tangible way, you create that social dynamic. That's what we're doing. while I'm live, while I'm here in a safe place surrounded by my friends and loved ones, not vulnerable, on the platform here, protected, we engage socially. And that's the service that we are offering on Twitch. It's part of the Twitch service. That's what this is. But when I start getting DMs 2, 3 in the morning, asking for more and more, because you ask for a hug, you ask for a head pat, I say, you know what? You've helped me a lot. You've been really kind. You've been a wonderful member of this space. Sure. Here's a goddamn head pat because I do not resent giving this to you. Here's a goddamn hug because I do not resent giving these to you. I really believe in you and I want you to feel good and loved. But then you take that, what I've given, and reach for more. And you say, hey, on a more personal note, you gave me that head pat, so this is okay. Let me take another step. And then I say, okay. I start to go, oh, well, yeah, all right. Maybe this is like an isolated thing. Maybe like you need an extra special push. And you know what? You've been extra special. You've been very kind. I watched you supporting someone in my Hugs channel recently. Sure. As like, out of respect for what you have given everybody, what you have done, and out of my desire to support the person that you are, my genuine, very real desire to support the person that you are, I will give you this too. But this is more than I am willing to give normally. And then you take that and you say, okay, cool, let's take another step. And now we have developed a harmful parasocial relationship. And I can't say no to this. I don't have a nice way to say no to this without making you feel outright rejected. Knowing that a viewer has something like RSD makes it impossible for me to meaningfully say no in that scenario. And so gamers, I had roughly 20 DMs a day, out of which probably 5 or so are social demands or requests from people I don't normally associate with. Every day of my life. And I have had this for about 4 years. It's too much. It's just too much. Nobody could deal with that. And so I need to put up a barrier here. I need to set a boundary. And I need to set it very clearly and very firmly right now. But I'm going to read some chat first. You'll chime in on a separate thing. If someone says, hey, I don't have the battery for this right now, that means stop. If we want to pick it back up and can pick it back up, we will. Yes, Boncha is correct. If somebody's saying no, somebody's saying, I can't do this right now, somebody's saying, I don't have the battery, someone's saying, I don't have the time, please always respect that. Term glossary. RSD stands for rejection-sensitive dysphoria, a term used to describe people who experience intense emotional pain when they are rejected, criticized, or fail. This is something with which I am very familiar. This is something that we dallied around with for a diagnosis for me for a while, and it was determined that what I was experiencing was just trauma and not RSD. It was just general social trauma because of stuff that has happened to me in the past. I talked about it a little bit on stream. It's a bit of a bummer, but like, again, I'm not a 100% perfectly healthy mentally person all the time. And I misstep. I'm not going to be a perfect being. I'm not going to be a gleaming angel of social understanding. And so I want to be, yeah, Alexandra makes a good point too. I haven't seen the video in question, but people trying to take this social connection on Twitch one step further, trying to shoot your shot and make actual friends with me, right? This is a thing I relate to. I've felt this too. I experience a parasocial connection with a number of things on a day-to-day basis. You think about something like Critical Role. That's the kind of group I would hang out with. It's a bunch of drama geeks and performers who play D&D. And it's very casual and very approachable, and that's how they market it. So in my head, in the back of my mind, there's, well, if I ever ran into those guys, I bet we'd get along pretty well. Right? And then sometimes when I'm daydreaming, I'll be like, oh, cool, you've been called to be on this show Critical Role. Awesome. We're gonna do like a VTuber episode. And you daydream about it, right? You connect on that level. That's parasocial. That's true. It's not harmful parasocial. I'm not using that to change the way I interact with their content. I just sub every month. I watch, I lurk, I hang out, and then I go about my merry way with my daydreams and my wonderings about maybe we would get along. I'm not trying to push a friendship, not trying to take something from them that they're not offering. And that is a healthy parasocial relationship because I enjoy that feeling of connection. I enjoy that feeling of closeness. It brings me peace and happiness to feel. It's comforting to be around those people, even if it's just the version of them they're selling me. I'll buy it. I'll be around that. I'll listen to it. It's comforting. It's warm for me. I've been subbed to Critical Role for 3 years now. But so, when you're trying to take something that isn't being offered, when you're trying to claim something that isn't on the label, that's a harmful parasocial relationship. And so I want to set a boundary here. I want to set that boundary. I want to set that expectation right now. I have made friends through streaming. It's true. My best friends in the world, for the most part, I met them through this medium because they were my peers. They were my fellow performers. They were my equals in this performance space. They were people with whom I worked. And then we connected, coincidentally, over something else. Again, if I befriended every streamer I ever met, I would have hundreds and hundreds of active friends right now. Every streamer I'd ever worked with, it would probably be 40 or 50, probably in 4 years. I would guess 40 or 50 people I've worked with, goofed around in the green room off stream. Very, very few people have I had that actual intimate connection spark with, you know, that actual bond over something. And like, I see a bunch of y'all in the chat, right? And I really appreciate y'all. I'm not most likely gonna ever be a part of your personal life. Not. And you're probably not ever gonna be a part of mine. I can't give everybody access to that. And I'm sorry about that. I wish I could. When it comes to filling up your hearts, there's no faster way to fill up your hearts than to sit down and listen to your problems and talk you through a panic attack or a struggle, to give you some personal sagely advice, you know, in a DM away from everybody else. But I can't offer that to everybody. I don't have that to offer. And if I say I can't offer that, if I say, hey, I can't do this, if I say, hey, we're taking a step into the parasocial, I'm not offering this, please back off. Please don't push it. Please don't keep pushing past that. Please don't DM my friends asking for advice on how to deal with it. Please don't say, hey, I fucked up with Hesper. Hey, you talk to me about this now. What, you think we don't talk? You think I don't talk to my friends? And so if you find yourself engaging in that kind of pattern, if you find yourself losing yourself and panicking over whether or not a streamer likes you, this is my advice for the viewer who experiences an unhealthy parasocial relationship. If you find yourself stressing over whether or not a streamer likes you, because I have had this experience too. I have had a streamer who didn't really care that much about me get mad at me. I have had this happen. A very high-profile streamer has been mad at me. This is a very real story, and I'm not going to name any names. I'm not going to talk about the specifics of it. I have experienced this in the last year or two of my life. A high-profile streamer got mad at me, personally, because of a boundary violation that I committed, right? And so, if you are experiencing this, stop. Stop yourself. Take no more action. You are making it worse. This is my advice to you. As someone who has been through this, back the hell off. If you have done damage, move away. You will stop doing damage. Let it lie. It's okay. Because it's a parasocial relationship to think that you have personally ruined that streamer's life. You haven't. They don't care that much. You've just annoyed them. And it'll go away. It'll pass. Everyone will forget about it. I promise you. Stop digging. If you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. That's really it. That's really it. Thank you for tackling this topic, Hesper. From a primarily viewer perspective, you sometimes worry about accidentally putting pressure on such boundaries, especially with one who you talk with on a more personal level. I think that's an important thing to address. But I'll get back to that. Yeah, big red flag in your book is to go talk to someone's friends about them if they're drawing boundaries. Yeah, big red flag. Very narrowly skirted a ban and still kind of on the fence. Not gonna lie. But again, out of respect for the positivity this person has brought to the community, because again, we're curating a community here. We're gonna leave folks around for the good things that they do, right? Attempting damage control will only make matters worse for you. Yeah, you can't control it. I'm the controller here. Much like that high-profile streamer that I pissed off, they are the one with the control. And if I kept trying to push and exert and take hold of things, that's not what they want from me. They want me to go hands off and stop doing shit. That's the right answer. Apologize for the thing you did wrong. Let the apology stand. They don't have to accept it. Walk the hell away. That's the right move. But it's because it's stressful. It's frustrating, right? Yeah, that's true. You're gonna say stop digging right in front of Diggy. Diggy is a master of digging, and he knows what good digging is and what bad digging is. Not all digging is always appropriate. Diggy knows what the right type of digging is to apply at any given moment. For real, you agree with Solanum? You're glad you were able to catch some of this? It's so important. Just apologize and stop. Leave the ball in their court. Hey, you know, Vika, Beepers, in a very, very real way, with some of y'all, and I say this sometimes on stream, with some of y'all, we've been together for so long, we've been peers in this space, we've talked out of stream. There is a certain amount to which our parasocial relationship has just become social at this point, right? There is a real connection there. But like, it is what it is. You know, maybe it's 1 thread, 2 threads, 3 threads even. Not like a full rope, but just some threads that I feel connected by. And if circumstances align, if the stars align, if we have enough time, or if there's like a really bad election and like we spend 6 hours consoling each other in DMs, we have a real connection now. It happens. It does happen. But it's just the way the world turns. Sometimes you make those connections and sometimes you don't. And that's okay. Because, again, at the end of the day, what we're offering here is a semi-social connection where we play video games and talk about butts a lot. And I think that's pretty cool on its own. But I can't be your personal best friend all the time. That's not a thing I can offer. It's not a thing I can do. And I think it is very important to be respectful of that. And so, the personal thing I wanted to talk about is I did experience that. I experienced that from more than one direction at the same time for like a year. And it's really been weighing on me because I haven't wanted to reject or push people away because of my desire to make people smile and make people happy. I genuinely want these people to succeed. The people who are DMing me, who are asking too much of me, I try to let them down easy. It's not always a thing that people are receptive to. And pushing that parasocial relationship further and further and further, it takes a toll on me mentally. Because I'm not perfect. I don't always know how to say no. I don't always know how to set that boundary, or I don't always have the energy to set that boundary. Sometimes I get a DM from a person with like a 4-paragraph long explanation of why they did what they did, and I'm like, I just don't want to read this. I don't have the energy for this right now. I can't process this emotional dumping you've done on me, and so I'm just not gonna read it. And those are the only DMs I ever won't read, gamers. So I had to tell a person or two recently, I'm not gonna respond to your DMs anymore, and that was devastating to me. I don't want to do that. Gamers, don't ever make me do that, please. I am begging you. And so these demands, these DMs, these connections, these attempts to push their way into my private life, put kind of a draw on me. I wasn't ever really able to get out of work mode. I wasn't really able to enjoy my time off. I found myself glued to my DMs. Constantly checking and checking and checking my Discord DMs. I put my phone down for 45 minutes to watch a show with my wife, and the anxiety I felt not looking at my phone screen for that 45 minutes made me actually sweat. I physically sweat. And so I need to draw this line here very clearly. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna entertain requests for friendship, and I might just not answer your DMs. And I need that to be okay. If you can't get an answer to your DM, I'm sorry. I just can't do it. I don't have that to offer. But if you want to talk to me, there are ways you can talk to me personally. If you want to talk to me personally, if you want to ask me a question about something, you want advice on something, you want to discuss a sensitive topic, you want to engage with me in a video game, you want to spend time with me, do it here. Do it on the Discord in public, where I am protected and have moderators. And maybe it'll happen and maybe it won't, but that's the right place for that connection. You want to talk to Hesper? Hang out on the Discord. Like, that's the right place to do it. That's the right way to do it. Do it in the public space where everybody can see it and where I don't have to switch between 40 private messages and maintain 40 private conversations. And then I can spin it into content. You can say like, hey, I got called a slur at work today. And I can talk about that with everybody because everybody deserves to hear that. So, I don't know. It can still be a connection between us, but it doesn't have to be encroaching on my personal time. Does that make sense? Because my work-life balance is garbage, gamers. It's really bad. It's really bad. I never get out of work mode. I'm constantly exhausted and stressed about social connections and DMs, and I find myself losing my perspective and losing my sense of reason about these connections and not being able to understand really like what's going on and the nuances of it because it's just too much. So that's my boundary. That's my discussion. Hesper's already friend even without DM. Thank you, Sora. I appreciate that. In the same way that like when you're a traveler in a snowy day and somebody offers you shelter at the bus stop, right? And they scoot over so that you can get in with your big backpack. You go, thank you, friend, because they were a friend to you in that moment. That's a friend. That's what a friend looks like. That is what the word friend means. And so, I'm probably not going to have any advice for you on how to talk to your mother unless you ask me in a public space. You know? You also give time in Discord and don't expect an immediate response. You figure the streamer's real life has priority over virtual life. I mean, I'm talking about people from whom the connection has very quickly gone from parasocial to just regular social. Shanna, you're very much in the short list of people I would vibe with. Your family. But when it comes to streamers, yes, in general, yes. I know what you're saying. I just want to be very clear with you. You in particular. A couple folks in this chat I would absolutely invite to my wedding. Drawing this sort of boundary is really hard and you're proud of me for doing this difficult thing. You've had to do it before and it sucked. You feel a lot better for having done it. Protecting your peace is so important. You're doing great. Ooh. Oh, that's a timeout. I see. Well, that timeout could become a ban. Moderators, you know what to do. I trust y'all. Not any of your business, but you highly recommend turning on only friends can DM you. I mean, then they just friend request me. It doesn't really stop anything. Thank you, Magna. I appreciate that boundary. I feel this boundary a little bit with you. I think this is a good example, right? Because I really enjoyed hanging out with you in private. When we were hanging out in private, we had a server that we shared. We watched movies together sometimes. I really enjoyed that. And I really liked that connection. I had a lot of fun with that. We don't share that space or that connection anymore, so we haven't really, like, had a chance to have that. But that's just life, right? And I feel like trying to force it would put me into that parasocial situation because I admire you so much. And I want to be friends with you. But, like, I don't have a natural way to really do that without kind of forcing it. We just don't share the space. So, like, we don't have that... We're not running into each other normally. So... But I really admire you, dude. And I enjoyed hanging out with you. But then I gotta let it go, right? If it's not gonna happen, it's not gonna happen. And I think that's an important thing to remember. If you're experiencing parasocial feelings for somebody, just invite you places and you'll be there. There are places I want to invite you. Heck, you have people who DM you that you don't have the energy to respond to and it feels a little parasocial and you don't even stream. Like, it happens with everybody, though. It's not just for performers, right? Thank you so much for talking about this. Parasocial relationships are so uncomfy, especially when they push your boundaries. But again, like, a parasocial relationship is not inherently bad. A lot of people enjoy the sensation of sociality they get from like a D&D podcast or like hanging out in somebody's stream chat, occasionally getting noticed, right? That's fine. That's healthy. That's normal. That's good. You're getting what you need and you're moving about your day. But when it becomes your only social connection, or it becomes something that you are emotionally dependent on, that's harmful. If you're not able to maintain a positive mood without those connections, it can cause you to grab hold of them more tightly and not let go and make people uncomfortable or hurt people. That's too much. So, you don't really care how close you are to folks, you just like being there, but if I consider you a friend, you're honored. So, Weems, I think you fall into that boat. Weems, I would vibe quietly with you in a Discord call. 100%. I don't spend a lot of time on Discord. This is something that caused a little bit of friction between me and some of my friends at one point. I'm not very active off stream on Discord. It's hard for me once I get out of work mode to like get back in and present, yay, me Hesper. I'm gonna sit in a voice call with people I don't know. And like, oh, it's so hard. It's basically an impossibility for me. It's just not a thing I can do. It costs me too much. So I tend to just do my social spending here. You think parasocial can be with people you know IRL, like you had an experience with someone in school, which was a little frustrating to deal with. Yeah, well, it can be anybody, particularly in school, or basically anywhere there is a difference in standing or a difference in station. Like the cashier at the GameStop. You know, that cute blonde cashier you've got a crush on? She doesn't care about you. She wants to do her job and go home. But you're there and you make excuses to go to that GameStop so that you can talk to her. She's there to sell you a video game and give you a power-up rewards card. You're there to talk to her. That's parasocial and creepy also, to boot. That's also very creepy. So, it's sure a thing. Hi Lilith, hello. You mostly treat Discord, wait, hold on. Like short form email, mostly that can go real time in a pinch. Yeah, that's kind of how I view it too, Wolf. People send me DMs, sometimes it takes me like a day or two to answer them. Sometimes they get lost in the flood too. There are currently, if I do the math, 4 outstanding projects, including one VO role, 1 modeling project, 1 technical rigging project, and 1 art project that are all waiting in my off time, and I'm just not doing them because I'm so overwhelmed. And I'm trying to improve my work-life balance a little bit so that I can get to those things, and that's gonna mean probably not answering people's DMs. But please don't be afraid to DM me. I may not answer. All your social connections are online, but you understand boundaries now. There was a time early on in your days in the VTuber community ended up costing you a friendship that you thought was originally going well. And it's a thing you gotta learn. Sora, I guess if you don't know those boundaries, you don't know how to like navigate those spaces or what those feelings actually are, like that can be really stressful. I get you. I've been there too. It's helpful to have advice on stuff like this. Yeah. Rose, of course. Of course, I'm happy to give advice on this stuff. I'm happy to set the boundaries. I do my best to set them in the moment as well, and they are often trod upon and disregarded because people... This is a point worth raising. A lot of times when somebody is desperate or craving that social connection, or maybe doesn't necessarily have the skills to get it another way, they can do what's called projecting, which is where they take their desires and their needs and they imagine a thing that doesn't exist. And this is probably the most harmful form of parasocial relationship, where they have taken the words of mine that I have said that fit their narrative and ignored everything else. And they take what they want and they fixate on 1 or 2 things, like me calling someone a friend, for example. And they'll fixate on that and say, well, nothing else matters. The word friend came out of her mouth. That means we're besties. And they will disregard my attempts to set boundaries in a gentle way. And it forces me into this, I'm gonna have to freaking ban you territory that I hate being in. I hate being in that territory. I despise it. It gives me a great deal of stress. I got hives. I stopped streaming because I was getting hives, gamers. I'm gonna be fully honest with you. I have an autoimmune disease that flares up when I'm stressed. I have an extremely high anxiety level. In general, I get hives. I get itchy. I get big swollen red rashes on my body when I get too stressed. And I was getting hives and I needed to stop streaming because of parasocial crap. And I want to be nice to everybody. I want to help everybody. But it's starting to take a toll on my body and it's got to stop. It's got to stop. So thank you for the hydrate. Also, bye, Solana, and thank you for coming. Thank you for the hydrate, appreciate it. Friendship is like wasabi. It needs to be fed by the natural spring of natural moments and found in the wild. Faking it is just going to give you something that might seem like the real thing, but in the end, it's just a harsh substitute. Not worth it. Nurture the real thing. Don't let your friendships be horseradish. That's right, Squids. Also, what Boncha asked me, what did I do wrong or what did I do differently is exactly the wrong thing. Yeah, okay, wait, hold on. Did Boncha say this? I gotta scroll up. A little bit. Because this is an important thing. Oh my god, where is his message? Yeah. If you think this is about you, it probably is. I mean, I said that pretty clearly, but yes, if you think this is about you, it probably is. As much as that sucks, know that and, take the time away. Step back and look inward and figure out the base issues here. But constantly going, how can I fix it, is the opposite of fixing it. So there's another thing. There's another thing that I want to bring up here, and this is the responsibility. This is we call it emotional labor. And emotional labor is another thing we're going to talk about today because it's important to parasocial relationships. It's an important functional concept. And so emotional labor is a particular form of energy expenditure that can be asked of a person. So regular labor is like physically doing, move a box from point A to point B. That's labor, right? I guess giving birth to a baby is technically labor too. But the labor I'm talking about, you yearn for the mines, you swing the pickaxe, you take the ore, right? You bring it home, you smelt it, you forge ingots. That's labor, right? Emotional labor is a form of labor. Emotional labor is heavy lifting or emotional processing or figuring out a difficult thing and what the solution is to a difficult thing. Emotional labor is taxing. It's a spend of a resource, right? And so sometimes in a friendship or a connection or a parasocial relationship, the emotional labor is equal. Both people are participants. Both people are greeting each other with trust and honesty. And they connect in the middle. And both of them are figuring their own shit out and making the thing work together. That's healthy. That's a healthy distribution of emotional labor, and I think that's very good. There is a thing that happens, and this is a thing I have a lot of experience with, particularly with folks on the autism spectrum, because it's a very complicated and nuanced thing, and some people who don't have those social skills or the ability to grow them struggle with this concept, and I want to explain it in as plain terms as I can for the benefit of everyone, because I had to learn it too. It didn't come naturally to me. I had to learn how to navigate this. Emotional labor can be one-sided. There can be an imbalance in emotional labor in a relationship. This is so important. If you say to someone, just tell me when I do something wrong. Just let me know if I ever overstep. Maybe it feels like a good thing to ask. Maybe it feels like you're doing the right thing. You're not. You need to self-monitor. Because saying, hey, let me know if I ever do something wrong is a way to absolve yourself of having to self-monitor and putting that emotional labor on the person you're saying it to. I'm sitting here trying to be nice to everybody. You're walking all over my boundaries and you put it on me to confront you, me who fears confrontation, who struggles a great deal with confrontation and social anxiety. You're making me tell you that. You're making me be the one to confront you on, hey, you did a bad thing here. Here's why. Let me explain it to you and break it down in terms you can understand. Let me put together a PowerPoint for you so you can know why what you did was bad. Let me teach you. No, you gotta know that stuff. You gotta figure that stuff out yourself. That's important. And so, once in a while, it's fine. Once in a while, it's like, hey man, I'm gonna do my best, but please let me know if I ever do badly. Right? That's different. But sometimes it's, just tell me if I ever make you uncomfortable. And then you make me the bad guy again and again and again and again and again, and I have to tell you 30 times, I have to constantly have confrontations with you. That's bad too. That's a bad division of emotional labor. You should take some responsibility for not doing the bad thing in the first place. And this is a thing that happens with harmful parasocial relationships. Let me know if I ever overstep. Let me know if I'm ever out of bounds. Let me know if I'm asking too much. I'll try to say yes. People don't always give me the opportunity to. It's very important to learn how to self-diagnose that stuff. Yeah, I have so many DMs. The anxiety I felt seeing that little bubble lit up. Okay, no, it's a good one. It's a good DMs. Oh, thank God. Let's see. Getting caught up on chat. Let me know if I ever push boundaries because it's something I never want to do. Yeah, that's exactly it. I need you, and I appreciate you saying that, Rose. I need you to be analytical about this. I need you to look inward about this. It's so important because I've said what the boundaries are. I have laid them out very clearly here. So if you say, hey, let me know if I step over your boundaries, you know where they are. It's not my job. It's not my job to say it. It's not my job to say, stop. Stop what you're doing. And the other day I had to genuinely say to a person, and this is probably the worst thing you can ever make me say. There is no coming back from this. Gamers, if I ever say this to you, I'm lost to you. If I ever have to say, this sucks, you have hurt me, and I'm not going to answer your DMs anymore. I'm gone. There's no coming back from that. Please never, ever make me feel things that make me say that to you. I'm begging you. Your spouse and I are careful about trying to balance the emotional labor, and you have daily meetings to make sure you're on track in addition to talking about the day, which has been super helpful. I love that. Shenna told me about this, and this is such a good strategy for a healthy communicative relationship. I think it's really incredible. You have a really good balance. Myself and LMD do that too. We talk about our days. We have what's called the turn towards mentality. This is unrelated to the parasocial thing. We do what's called turn towards, which is whenever your partner reaches out to you, you never keep your eyes on what you were doing if you can avoid it. You always turn towards, engage meaningfully, have that connection. I like turn towards. It feels nice. And because it encourages us to have like authentic connections throughout the day, right? I think it's a really good thing to do with your partner. There's also a difference between putting the expectation on the other to proactively confront you with a wrong versus giving them explicit permission to course correct you if not when you need time. Yeah, no, I agree. I fully agree. Turn around. That's right, click. You heard about turn towards from Gottman, and you really think it's really important. Yeah. Yeah, we've learned our stuff, bits and pieces. But yeah, so I want to kind of open the floor here. This is the part of the discussion where we're like an hour and a half into stream. And I want to open the floor because we have some other streamers in the chat. We have some other folks who have maybe engaged in parasocial relationships on one side or the other. If you got a story you want to share, if you got something you want to talk about, I would love to talk about your stories on stream. Because I know some of y'all have experienced this. And if you want to talk about it, now is a really good time. Let's bring it up. Let's bring it full circle. Let's make this a community thing. Bagel has a good one. Oh, Dolly just says, oh boy. And the music starts playing. You're going to repost a thing that involves the topic. Okay, from Tony says, that hurts, Diggy. That hurts. Thank you. I trust you. Thank you. What people forget is that even when you do enter that personal space, it doesn't immediately equal close friends. You recently had to block and ban someone for asking to play games together and such when you don't know them well enough. Even if you do get to talk to somebody, you gotta still make sure boundaries are respected, etc. Hell, even if you meet up IRL with someone with consent, you aren't BFFs, you're acquaintances or friends, do not hold that over the other person. I have a specific example for this, Tony. There is a friend who I consider a close friend, who I occasionally give smoochy emotes at. I love him very much. I think he's very cool. A guy by the name of Jatazo. Jada's really great. Jada has helped me through a lot of really difficult things. We have had a lot of really deep conversations. We've connected on a very personal and intimate level. Love Jatazo. Jada's great. He's one of my favorite people in the world. We don't really hang out. He constantly invites me to games, to come play Deep Rock Galactic with him and his partner, and like to just vibe and chat about stuff and just have some comfort. And I don't. I don't because I'm so socially spent all the time, or because like he hangs out like past midnight my time and it's like I just physically can't because my wife is sleeping, and like we're very close friends and I don't go to hang out and play video games with this guy. So what does this mean like when somebody is like I don't know, or somebody who's been to 3 of my streams says, hey, if you ever want to play, you know, Stardew Valley together or something, like I probably am not going to. I don't do it with my closest friends. I'm probably not going to do it with the chatter. And I think that's okay, but people have been personally hurt by this, felt rejected by this. I promise it's not you. The amount of people who come into the femboy tag and are like, you're so cute, you consider timing them out, but thankfully it doesn't really progress from there and they drop off. I mean, when it comes to compliments in particular, Mino, I think this is a very delicate spot to be in because like, and this is something you and I have had a discussion about. Terminology that is positive for one person may not be positive for another. And I think if there was some way to have a list of adjectives that people wanted to be called versus adjectives they didn't want to be called, we would be spared a lot of trouble. If there was some way to check. There isn't, but I think if somebody wants to come in and call you cute and it makes you uncomfortable, then they probably shouldn't be calling you cute out the gate, right? But that's the expectation socially when you say femboy, because that's one of the words that is commonly accepted. Like I'm a girl. People call me pretty or cute. I like it. Not every girl likes it, you know? So, let's see. Okay, Bagel. Okay, Bagel. Okay, Bagel. Okay, Bagel. Bagel says, I have a guy that met me at con and got super parasocial with me. Ended up in them trying to rewrite your lore. I had somebody try to give me a new name, IRL, to bestow it upon me like a boon. I get this. Write themselves into your lore and even design their VTuber persona after your design. Ryu had this happen too, actually. This is like eerily similar. You and your head mod / sibling tried so hard to communicate that wasn't okay, but it didn't work out and you had to ban them. It was heartbreaking, but you just couldn't handle it anymore. I had a stalker. I had an IRL actual stalker who got so obsessed with Ryusei that they redesigned their VTuber character and their lore to match his. Like fully their design was just a rip, even complementary colors, like designed to be Ryusei's partner. It was really fucking cringy. Crow says, not a streamer, but there was a dude in your school who thought you were friends and kept following you around, but you know he was a lonely guy and he's nice, so you couldn't bring yourself to stop the situation even though he's not the type you vibe with. Crow, this is such a big point too, and this is something that I'm sure Bagel had to deal with too in their situation. It's hard to say no. This is part of why when you say, just tell me if I'm out of line, it's bad, right? This is why it's so difficult, why it's so bad to say that and to make that your only expectation, because like, it's hard to say no in a nice way. Somebody wants this thing, especially if they present themselves as like innocent or you know, soft and sweet, you know, it's like you don't want to be mean to this sweet little blurbo. They want a simple thing from you, so you keep giving them the simple thing. And what happens, Crow, and this is something I'm sure you experienced, is they take that little simple thing and they get comfortable getting that simple thing from you, and then they'll take more. And that's how it goes. And that's how they get more and more and more. And every time it's a little thing. You've gotten used to what they're taking and they grab just a little more. And so eventually you hit a breaking point with that, right? Because you didn't want to be mean, you didn't want to hurt them. But that's how it goes when you're nice, right? What a difficult word, nice. It's less the compliments themselves and the clear vibe you get, you guess. That's very fair. That's fully relatable to me, you know, 100% relatable to me. I get you, and I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. You still wish them the best. It became almost an obsession when you went to con the next year. Yeah, that's fucking creepy stalker behavior, Bagel. Nothing wrong with wanting time to yourself. Yes, I agree. We had some talks about what they tried to do with Bagel. I hope that person never comes to my stream, and if they ever do, I hope you tell me so that I can knock out their kneecaps. Dolly says, I talk about a lot of heavy topics without much fear, and in the past, it has led to issues where people sought me out afterwards to talk in great detail about the negative feelings those talks caused, some of which included violent thoughts. Some folks get too comfortable. Imagine, if you will, go into a comedy club, right? And the comedian up on stage makes a joke that makes you feel some feelings. Imagine following them out back of the club as they're walking to their car, cornering them and saying, you made me feel this. Imagine doing that. Because that's what it is when you slide into our DMs after a stream. It's exactly that. Like, you could high five me on the way out. I'm happy to vibe. But if I'm not sitting on the stage in like an open space after the show, right? I'm the girl on the subway with your headphones on. Please do not engage. Dolly, it's too much. It's too much. Welcome to the one reason you dipped from streaming mostly was seeing this stuff happen to so many streamers, so you stepped away when you landed a day job. See, Wolf, like, it's spooky, right? And Wolf, I will say, you specifically, Wolf, have been like a wonderful supporter and a friend to the stream and to my friends, and you've done some really wonderful things for us. And it's always a joy to have you in the stream. Thank you for respecting boundaries. I think conversely to the like people asking for too much, there are people who give a lot and don't ask for anything. And I always feel bad. I always feel like I'm letting y'all down, right? When I'm not giving you as much as I feel like you deserve. And so that's part of why it's hard to say no to people who take too much, right? Yeah, learning the word no is one of the hardest lessons to learn in life. Botcha recommended that I play a game called Say No More on my return stream today, and I just don't have it, so I'm not gonna play it, but if I had it, I would load it up and play that instead of Dragon Quest. Clickflint says, I had a back and forth DM with another user who would later go on to become a streamer. A big time content creator got into some hot water and a bunch of collabs with them fell through. And this user opened their DMs publicly and said, I'm here if you need to talk about this. So you did. But you got too in your feelings about the trauma and it hit a breaking point. You weren't blocked or banned, but you've never DM'd them and you stopped following them to remove the temptation to open old wounds. That's a hell of a confession, Clickflint. Thanks for putting that on the table. Like, that's a big deal. Talking about the times that we overstepped, that's hard to do, right? And as the person that I pissed off is currently a respectable figure who probably doesn't want to be bothered about it, I'm not going to open up the specifics of what happened with me, but my story's kind of similar. I never fully had that two-way connection that you described there, but you want to do X to politicians moment and like buddy pal, buddy friend. Yeah. That's a bit of an overshare, right? There's a concept called oversharing and a concept called trauma dumping. Kawi, you just got here. You might need to watch the VOD later. We've gotten through the majority of the parasocial. We're kind of in the spot where we're opening the floor to people talking about their own parasocial experiences, either as recipient or perpetrator, because it does happen. And we've gone over how parasocial in and of itself is not a bad word. It's fine to have a parasocial connection with somebody as long as it is understood that it is a parasocial connection and is a mutual consensual thing to enter into. It's a big part of how Twitch operates as a platform. So, I think if you have a story or anything you want to share, the floor's open. Mana says that reminded you of when you were in 5th grade. There was a boy that had a huge crush on you. This is the classic parasocial relationship, right? You were friends at least. One day you came in from recess and on your desk was a horse, beanie baby, and flowers. He asked you out in front of the entire class. Everyone watched. You rejected him. Oh, this is where it gets fucked up though. The teacher pulled you outside and was mad at you for rejecting him and made you accept. Somebody very close to me has a very similar experience to this, Mana. That's so fucked up. That's so twisted. Holy cow! To teach a child that they do not have the right to reject or the right to consent is such a nightmare. Holy cow, I can't process that. Ugh. That's actually a really good way to put it when you're not streaming. You are that, at most, that famous person on the subway with headphones on. I wear my headphones off stream. You don't really have any stories, at least none that you can remember, because your memory's kind of terrible and you think your brain's just trying to protect you. That's fair, Sora. That's very fair. I'm glad you're still around. I'll just say that. Oh, it's Lavos' theme. Thanks, Siva Gunner. Let's see. Let's scroll on. I should play it when I get the chance. I will at some point. God, you feel this. Back in high school, you had a kid stalk you for the better part of the school year, despite being told clearly to leave you alone. Yeah, that's, yep, yep. I had a stalker who knew my physical address, actually. I had another one in high school, too. I had a kid who had, he was schizophrenic, which is the diagnosis back then. I don't know what it would be now. But he would have, like, he would believe himself to be a wizard. Or for a while, he believed himself to be a white lighter from Charmed. And he would do, like, hand gestures and make his own sound effects for when he thought he was doing magic. It was an actual delusion. I was a special ed student in middle school, and into the first, like, year of high school. And, I got paired up with this fella. We're gonna call him Billy. Billy, was a bullied kid. And I was a bullied kid. So we bonded over this a little bit, but Billy made a connection with me that I was fully unaware happened. And Billy, up into my adulthood, was doing things like checking my mail. Or following me around the mall. If air tags had been invented back then, I am confident I would have found them in my cereal. I had a real life stalker for a while too. I had to confront him, I had to threaten police action. It was not a good experience. Wolfwing says you got a day job and then an even better day job, so you can help all the streamers that do keep living the life. It's the easiest way to support those that can do what you don't have the stomach to do, but love streaming as a thing so dearly. Streaming is your reward / payoff for anything you help with. Wolfwings, I'm so happy for you. I'm glad you found stability. That's the dream, really. Like, we're all cheering for you, like the inmates watching a person walk out, you know? Oh, printers, I forgot about that. Yeah, I did yell at a dude to his face. That was really scary, actually. I forgot all about that. Oh, hi, Maple, hello. We're talking about parasocial relationships and our experiences with them today. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I gotta scroll down in chat. Let's see what I'm missing here. Also, it's Quinn. It's Quinn. It's new Quinn. Hi, Quinn. Nice to see you. Hi, me Hesper. You saw me as a fairy last time, but in the moment, I'm a fawn. Because I don't have a model for the new thing. But I got clerps. I got little clerps. I got 1 snoot for snoofles. I got 2 pokers for hitting. I got 2 floopers for listens to hear your problems. And I got 1 big swoosher around back for tailing. And that's what a fawn is. More or less. Early on in the internet in the Usenet days, ooh yeah, Usenet! The etiquette was that if someone asked for someone else's email address, one was supposed to contact someone else and only pass back the email address if they gave permission. It's the same etiquette with phone numbers. Like, hey, can I get that person's phone number that you have? And you'd be like, I don't know, let me ask them if they're okay with me giving it to you. I had my phone number given out without my permission a lot in high school. You think you only message streamers with DMs if you mod their channel or know them well enough to play games with them on stream if invited? That feels pretty healthy to me, Cowie. That feels pretty healthy to me. Vivi says, I'm the kind of person who can have, like, heartfelt conversations with someone, actively seek out time with each other, and chat all day, and still worry about, like, are we friends constantly? See, that's the other side of this, right? Because I get that too. I get that too, Vivi. Like, am I bothering this person? Like, somebody, like, I don't know, like Tag the Otter or Hot Grandma VT, I go like, does this person really want me in their DMs? Like, they would reach out, right, if they wanted something from me, so I'll just sit here, in a happy little fun, just vibing. Just vibing. And maybe someday we'll be friends, I don't know. But like, we're already friends. At least to some extent. Baby Williams definitely didn't know how to interact with people on the internet for the first couple of years of his life as a netizen. Costed you a very large friend group. Vibes, Williams. I think that's happened to most of us. You will admit it was in large part your fault, but a couple people felt it needed to let you know they had a secondary group chat without you to talk about you. And you'd made it known you have terrible anxiety about being used for entertainment. That's such a complicated place to be because that's their way of coping with the feelings that you made them feel. And it's a horrible way to cope, to swing back at somebody, you know? But that's what they were doing. And it's like they were processing very valid feelings, but they did it in a very bad way. It came at your expense, and that sucks. I had that happen to me. Pretty. I don't know, maybe this is a discussion that we can have. Maybe I'll actually tell the story. But it makes me upset to think about, so. You adore this model? Thank you, Pug, I appreciate it. My model artist and I worked really hard on it, and I don't work with that model artist anymore because of some very bad stuff they got involved in. And I've got a new model coming, which is very exciting. But I like this one. For the last, year or so. Oh, it's a kobold instead! That's 1 snoot for snoofles, 2 pokers for hitting, 2 floopers for listens, and 1 big swoosher around back for tailing. Still kobold. Same thing. Kobold eat eggs sometime. Suit! Hi, Suit! And hi, Sierra! Both of you, welcome in. Welcome in, both of you! It's well nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming in. We're having a conversation about parasocial relationships today. If you guys have anything you want to share with regards to an experience you've had, the floor is open at the moment. I've gotten through the definition part and the telling my story part, so... Click Flynn says, earlier than your first story, there was a girl in high school who was passing out birthday party invites. You didn't really know who she was, but you thought it would be rude to refuse. You got advice from Mom for what an inexpensive but appropriate gift to bring would be. Almost no one else showed up. She latched onto you after that, and you had no tools for ensuring she knew you were just this guy and not her guy. She was probably so grateful and didn't know what to do with those feelings. That sucks, because that could have been a really good connection. But if she made you uncomfortable with it, then that's not good. Hearing these stories makes you very thankful to have few parasocial happenings. You think it's due to just always seeing people as people. Never was big on celebs or anything, even being on the internet 95% of the day, parasocial interactions baffle you still. Yeah, I think it's not a thing everybody's wired for, you know? And that's a good thing. I think, Tony, I think just seeing people as people at the end of the day is it, because then you can check every boundary, individually, right? Because y'all aren't a faceless the chat to me, right? Also, my tracking is really messing up today. I'm so sorry. You're not the chat. You're not faceless heads in a crowd, you know? But you're individual people who've chosen to come here and spend your time with me, and I really appreciate that. And so I've set down my boundaries very clearly. You have your boundaries very clearly, and together we will get along, right? You have a hard time knowing the line between parasocial and friendship in the streamer space from your own experience. Most of the time, you won't message at all. I will say, Maple, we've had a couple nice conversations. I think that's pretty cool. I think I enjoy talking to you and would continue talking to you if I had anything to talk to you about. I don't often, but I've enjoyed the conversations that we've had. So, yeah, always feel free to reach out, Maple. That's where we're at. If that helps, that's where you and I are at, I think. Wolflings lost access to streaming for the longest time because the streamer became parasocial with you and pushed an IRL friendship to bully you into letting them move in. And after moving in, them just straight dropped that they expected to live there for 10 to 15 years, take over almost half your house for all their side projects. Whoa! You can make a movie about that! That's way above and beyond anything I expected to have happened in this chat. Holy cow, Wolf! The streamer? Wow. Wowie wowzers. I moved in with a boyfriend one time, but holy cow. That's hard to process. You love yapping with me but don't want to be a bother. It's literally never a bother, and I always feel great joy when I see your little face lit up in my DMs, Bippy. Truly, you're never a bother. Truly, I really enjoy hanging out with you, and I think you're very cool. That was the most painful thing to... And actually, Vivi, because we've talked about some very heavy and complicated things in the past, One of our first conversations was about a very heavy and complicated thing where you gave me like a very dire warning that turned out to be very, very true. I don't know, it would be nice to talk about some things that are nice. We could do that. How about that's our next step? That was the most painful thing to cut that French chef off and get them moved out of your house. I mean, you must have trusted them so much to move them into your house. That's... God, couldn't be me. By the way, Wolfwings, does that mean you have a room open? Just asking. Like, I've got a bunch of art projects I want to do, so... That's a hell of a parasocial story, Wolf. That one absolutely escalated far beyond anything I would have expected. I'm really glad you're okay, and I'm glad you got out of that. Wow. Your friend, who happens to be a woman, told you that she refuses to use game chat and video games anymore, as dudes tend to get an instant parasocial relationship with her, and some of the early ones were pretty bad. Well, there's a particular type of parasociality that happens to girls on the internet, and I get this one too sometimes. I often get clocked in voice chats because of my voice as trans, and people don't hear me as like a pretty cute, you know, white anime girl. They hear me as, at the very best, like an older woman, and they're less interested in that. But, I get that one too. It does happen. And it's a little validating for my, you know, personal femininity, but like at the end of the day, it's a form of harassment, and I don't want it. So, this is the thing too. A lot of particularly trans women in my experience, but trans men do this too. A lot of times we accept harassment because it is gender validating harassment. And we allow ourselves to get pushed way beyond our comfort zone because it validates our gender identity. And I see this happen with some of the younger trans folks in my space. I see a couple of y'all out there accepting a lot of treatment that you probably shouldn't be accepting because it validates your gender. I was there when I first started streaming. That was a lot of the DMs I used to get were way worse, gamers. And I used to engage with those. I've learned my lesson. The phone number thing is so wild to you. Your parents gave out your current address and phone number to a super religious person that used to watch you when you were a child because she happened to be visiting out this way and didn't tell. Wow! That's kind of hecked up, Gabby. I see a lot of people in chat relating to Vivi wondering, like, if they're actually friends or if they're just, like, being friendly. Because there's a difference, right? It's very relatable. It's very relatable. Especially in these online spaces, because a lot of us are in these online spaces more naturally because we don't connect as readily to people IRL, you know? It's hard for us. Stormfrog says, recently you absolutely had to make sure to ban certain phrases in your chat. Statements that would silence the poster, hoping that would drop the huge hint, hang out after stream / got time after stream, because that became your most triggering sentence to read. Hey streamer, can I DM you after stream? Hey streamer, can I DM you? Sometimes is okay. 90% of the time, that's a red flag. Because at the end of the day, like, I'm here performing. I'm on stage. I'm performing. I'm hanging out with you. I'm like, we're doing a thing. It's a performance. You're in the comedy club. I hope you're enjoying the fish. It was caught fresh this morning. It's wild Alaskan cod. Remember to tip your server. But like, if somebody in the audience at the comedy club's like, hey, which car in the parking lot is yours? I want to meet you there once the show is done. I would say, thank you. Please leave. Please do not be here when the show is over. I appreciate you and your support. Thanks for the ticket. Please go physically as far away from me as it is possible. Please move with your greatest capability in the opposite direction from me for the rest of your life. Thank you. And that's kind of what that interaction is, right, Frog? You're so excited to see the new model. Wolfwings, I got an update from my model artist like a day ago. A kobold for now bolt. That's right, Lilith. A kobold for now bolt. Also, that power shot came a million years ago. I think I've missed a lot of chat. I think I need to... Okay. If you have a story about parasocial relationships, please feel free to repost it that I've missed. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom of chat to get current because I'm like fully 10 minutes behind now. Fish mentioned, neuron activated. I just started learning to cook fish. We've been buying these like whitefish fillets and I've been cooking those. They've been really tasty. Hey streamer, you're cool, but I'm not going to clog up your DMs to say so. Listen, listen, Moosin, again, sometimes Parasocial just becomes social over time because you've been very kind to my friends and you have their vouch. So, I'm into that. You could DM me, Moosin. You've got the vouch. That's a very unique and rare thing, gamers. Please do not assume you have the vouch. It's very exciting. I mean, Mana, you were the 2D artist. It must be wild to see your art, like, I mean, I should say it is wild to see your art move into 3D, because my first model that I had custom sculpted, I drew myself. So, it is crazy to see your art reflected in 3D. You usually just wait until you've been in a VC or talked in a Discord for a few weeks to a few months before even asking to DM, unless it's very specific things. Like being approached first, or you need something like references for gifts and stuff. Well, yeah, that's like practical stuff, right? That's why my DMs are open. It's for that kind of contact, Tony. Shannon says the channel you mod for doesn't want references to Ghost because she does pottery, and after 8 years, she's just over it. When I worked snack bar at a bowling alley, I used to tend bar when the bartender was away, and the number of White Russians people asked me for made me want to just kick people out. Everybody thought they were so funny because of the Big Lebowski. I never want to see another White Russian again, as long as I live. Let's see. You had a streamer, can I DM you in a channel you mod for, says Maple. You intercepted the message. It was literally and unironically a confession of love and an offer of dating/marriage. You know, a certain amount of me is a little envious that I haven't received that. And then I think back, and then I remember that I have actually received that. I was Gyuko at the time, but it was a well-worded...
Hesper, I have an important question.
Yes, Poncho, what's up? What's your important question, buddy? It was a well-worded, well-phrased, believable offer of marriage and financial support for the rest of my life. That would be an insane thing to accept from somebody I don't know, and probably I would have resulted in my turning up under a bed in a hotel in 5 years with like a gunshot wound, but I did receive that offer one time.
Oh, .. Never mind.
You never flirt with me anymore. We used to flirt on stream, Bansha. And I know you're taken now. But gods, I can't imagine she would mind. You never flirt with me anymore, buddy.
..
I see. The frog says, the after stream messages would send you into a cold sweat and it's hard to keep yourself composed. I have a message that's like that too that I would like nobody to ever send me again for the rest of my life. You feel like you're being harassed into telling what your schedule is after stream? Like you hate confrontation, it makes you feel cornered even more so in the middle of your stream. It's really inappropriate. It's extremely inappropriate, Frog. Yeah, I've had that experience too. Kawi says, you met a streamer at a tournament this year, got to get a picture and play some matches for 30 minutes to an hour. Thought you were being awkward, but they said it was perfectly normal interaction for when they streamed the next week. That's the nicest feeling, right, Kawi? That's the nicest feeling. Of like, oh, I hope I don't make this person uncomfortable. But like, then you, I met Scott Kurtz one time at a con, and we had a nice conversation, and then I was so worried that I had bothered him. And then we interacted on Twitter afterwards, and it was like, he was like, nah, you were great. 10 out of 10. Would fan discussion again. I was like, yeah, let's go. I was so happy. I was so relieved in that moment.
I got this, Buncher. Hey, what's going on? Sugar butt.
Get out. Thanks, Ryu. I appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, it's not illegal to flirt with the homies with permission of all parties in relationships. That's true. That's true. A streamer you used to watch quit because the chat was awfully parasocial to some extent because they accidentally encouraged it with Google Form streams and chat trauma dumping.
This is the content I signed up for.
Hell yeah, printers. That's a thing, right? Because as a streamer, part of the job is giving chat a certain amount of access to us. Like that's the platform, you know? And so like you got to decide as the streamer how much access you want to give and where you want to draw that line, and you got to get real good at drawing that line. And I'm still not. It's still hard for me. So like we have rules about trauma dumping and stuff in the Discord. I had a hugs channel in my Discord, my personal Discord, not the positivity channel. Positivity Discord is focused on other stuff. But because we talk about self-actualization and the difficulties of being queer in 2024, like, I have a channel for people to seek the support of their peers, right? When they're going through a difficult time. But it became a kind of trauma dumping place. And that's not okay. And there's a fine line between what looking for support and trauma dumping is. And that line is what you expect other people to do about it, I guess. You know? It's a complicated line, but like if you expect other people to go, "Ah, man, that sucks. I'm sorry you're going through that. Here's a virtual hug," and that will make you feel better. That's looking for support. If you want somebody to come, "I'll save you," and give you $5,000 and sweep you out of a negative situation, and you're just like sharing like a lot of very uncomfortable personal things with regards to that, like things that would potentially upset other people to read, that gets into trauma dump territory. And that's, you've grown dependent on, I should say, catharsis as a coping mechanism, and that's not always okay. Catharsis. You know, catharsis is another thing we could talk about, actually, because scientifically, psychologically, it was a thing that was encouraged in early times, catharsis. I believe it's Freudian psychology, catharsis. The idea that if you have negative sensations and feelings in you, getting them out, ranting about them, sharing them with other people would cure them or help them, like a pressure release valve. But that's not true. It's actually not true. Catharsis is not a good treatment. It, in fact, teaches you behavior patterns that reinforce the negativity. They make you feel the negativity more intensely. And so it helps you get stuck in that. The best way to do it is to move on. Have novel experiences, overwrite the bad with new good, right? But catharsis is a thing that people grow dependent on. And I myself am guilty of this. Catharsis is a thing, you know? Because you got, like, sharing your burdens is different than catharsis, you know? Sharing your burdens with your friends, having a support network is very good and very important. Catharsis, venting, trauma dumping, it's not. Catharsis is something Aristotle made up. Is it Aristotle? It goes back that far? Crazy, Fatagan. Crazy. Got the trauma dumping. That's a whole other extra layer. Streamers are not psychologists or your doctor. Yeah, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not your doctor. I'm here to fill up your hearts and help you lock on. I'll give you some kind words and a smile, but I can't fix you. I can't fix you or your problems. I'm sorry, gamer. I wish I could. I really wish I could, like, genuinely. If I had healing magic, if I had healing powers, if I could get in there and, like, help you rewire your brain the way you want it wired, like, I would do that. I would do that for every single person who came into my stream. I would devote my life to it. I would have tens of thousands of people lined up to cure their mental illness, and I would do it for every single one. I would never do anything else with my life if I could. But I can't. I'm just a girl on the internet. So I do what I can. You made a big mistake. You thought you only had to work 3 days this week, having Thursday off for Thanksgiving. Nope, you have Wednesday and Thursday off. Yay, 2-day work week! That's a great mistake to make, Willie! How exciting! The best cure for trauma dumpers is literally just getting a diary. Ooh, what a good suggestion, actually. I think that's valid. That's really inspiring to me. That's a really good point. I think maybe some people were using the Hugs channel as a diary, as opposed to a space to seek support. That's a really good analogy.
Back to live journal, everyone.
Back to live journal, everyone. You heard the woman. Everybody get back to your live journal. I'm not going to share the name on mine. It's an old username, and I wrote some really horrible things in it. And I no longer have the password, so I can't take it down. So that's cool for me. A little grip it, rip it, little let that big dog hunt. Excuse me. It's okay to vent to close friends and make peace with something, but afterwards you should move on or else it can breed a grudge, and that's just oof. Yeah, Tony, I think that's a very good point.
Z, target on that crisp drink.
I'm locked the heck on, Diggy. Listen, Mountain Dew, 170 calories per 12-ounce can, contains a bunch of caffeine, which focuses you, but be warned, it doesn't actually make your brain work faster. It just prevents sleep. Important note about the buff that you get from caffeine.
Big Sir, attack you from behind.
Okay! I attacked it from behind. Honestly, you do miss LiveJournal a little bit. You did not have friends there past one, so having somewhere to actually just dump might be nice. So there are people who make a private Discord for this. For the purpose of organizing their writing or organizing their thoughts, people have private Discord servers that only they are in, that they use to just dump stuff into the void, which I think is a really cool idea. And having a Discord server for a project obviously is great, but having like a private Discord that's just yours, super good idea. Just don't be tempted to invite somebody else to it because you want someone to see what you're feeling. If you want to feel seen, the best way to do that is to approach your support network. Something happened on the 20th that you caused, not to anyone in here or anything like that. This is from Lilith. And like, you would have brought it up in hugs, but it might have been too close to trauma dumping, but it made you very critical of yourself and doubt yourself a lot. It's also why you don't want to ever be in a romantic relationship, because you fear hurting them, but also like you don't want to be like that asshole who was your ceiling neighbor. You know what, Lilith? I appreciate you trying to pump the brakes on yourself there. I think that's a little bit of self-moderation is important. But to some extent, I worry, I should say, that maybe you were compelled to not post anything in there because of what had happened. For clarity, I maintain a private Discord for this community, and I have a hugs channel, and I locked it down for a little bit because it was turning into a space for unhealthy catharsis and enabling some unhealthy behaviors in a couple of users, I should say. So I locked it down, not because I don't want people to be honest, not because I don't want them to share their honest experiences, but because I wasn't sure how to moderate it and I saw it becoming harmful. And I don't really know what the answer to that is because I'm not a psychiatrist. It's a more complicated situation than the Hugs channel in a pink font on the internet's Discord was equipped to handle. But it was clearly their only form of support. But then I thought about it, and it wasn't their only form of support. I happen to know that the people involved are getting therapy and have a regular therapist. And I'm not that. And so this person just wanted to dump. And that's trauma dumping. And so I had a conversation. I reopened the channel, and it's reopened. But I worry that maybe you saw that message, Lilith, and were like, oh, I shouldn't share my shit too. Maybe. And I appreciate the self-moderation. And I'll leave it to your judgment, but don't let that message worry you. That situation is dealt with. It is handled. It is over with. And I am miserable about it, but it is over with. Excuse me. Having self-only Discord is so nice. It's great to vent, keep as a journal, send refs back and forth from different devices. I gotta set one up just for that because it's such a pain to get a drawing off of an Android tablet onto the PC. And just having the Discord would be so helpful for that, and I didn't think of that. That's really brilliant, Tony. You use a personal Discord for venting, dream journals, and also for easily sending pictures and files between your phone and— yeah! Handshaking in the chat right now! Look at that, gamers, that's a real connection! At the very least, having a private channel in your own Discord is so nice, it's a little safe with so many things. That's clever too, Mino. I have a channel with like 2 people in it. It's a little, like, basically a DM channel. I will say that previously would have been a very bad idea because there were modified Discord clients that could sniff messages as they were being sent, even in private locked channels. Nowadays, these clients can't do that. Discord has changed the way their backend works, and you can't sniff those messages anymore. But up until like mid-2024, that was actually the case. So somebody else might have been reading your stuff. Closing it down was the right step. I'm glad you think so, Rose. Discord has become your primary you need to move a file around tool. It's the things that people don't expect it to be used for. A loopback chat of a DM of just yourself. Can you still do that? I feel like you used to be able to do that. Can you still? You like this song? This is the Gummy Ship, but it's the Bulby cover of the Gummy Ship from Kingdom Hearts. It's one of my favorite songs in gaming. I really like the song too. Yeah, here's the link, by the way. I'll throw a quick shout out for Bulby. The playlist that I have here is not 100% Bulby, but it is mostly Bulby, and I will always shout him out because he says you can use my songs in your videos provided that you give me credit in the video. Well, I'm not making videos, so I'm just gonna shout him out every stream. There's the playlist. You can click on it. You can check out the song. It's super rad. Bulby does a bunch of covers and remakes and demakes and reimaginings of classic video game music. He's really, really brilliant musician. Love Bulby. Love Bulby so much. If I could get a commission from Bulby for the stream, I would. You found that having a place to record your events and thoughts is detrimental for you. You have a fun feature where you forget a lot of things, and often it's horrible things, but like on Facebook, for example, sometimes an old event will come up and reopen the pain anew because you'd forgotten entirely. Here's a memory for you from 4 years ago. And it's like this horrible trauma glaring you in the face. Yeah, I delete your Facebook, Bagel. But I still use it to stay in touch with people. Use Messenger. You don't need to have the whole Facebook anymore. You can just delete it. You know, Telegram is a saved messages private chat with just yourself. Microsoft Teams has something similar, so it's possible Discord might just implement that feature. That'd be rad as hell. That'd be rad as hell. Mechanically... Patagon, that's right. Mechanically assisted intrusive thoughts. Wild. It's for your old people and full of pics of friends that are kind of very gone now. That's fair. I just downloaded my whole thing. I have it saved in a folder, and if I want to review it, I do. It may not work for you that way, and your situation is different from mine. But I can't recommend enough not using it. I know you were around for this. The whole Cambridge Analytica thing, the whole scandal about Facebook manipulates your emotional state. Facebook manipulates your opinion on political and world affairs. It does. It does. That's the point of it. That's why it exists. They sell that advertising space. Originally, it was designed to trick you into thinking you wanted products more than you did so that they could make money, right? But then that ad space got purchased up by people with political special interests, and the effective mind control that Facebook has implemented successfully, the statistics don't lie, has been used to influence people's political agendas. That's what Facebook is for. That's why it exists. That's what it does. It's the service that they offer. It's how it is monetized. And it works. Statistically proven that it works in doing so. So it's in the terms of service. They're allowed to. You deactivated Facebook because somebody maliciously doxed you after 9 months of not having any messages outside of a single Final Fantasy XIV group chat. Click, deleted. Yeah, it wasn't hard for me either. I was sad to lose a couple people, but then I lost them and I was like, if I'm not important enough to them to send an email once or twice, maybe I don't need to stay connected to these people. But if it's people who aren't there anymore, if it's your memories, then that's different. Yeah. That and Twitter, actually. Leaving Twitter has been so good for my mental health. I left a little over a year ago, fully left Twitter. And this actually came from a conversation that I had with a cat girl one time where she was like, hey, because I was having a bad day. She was like, you know what would probably help if you stopped arguing with people online so much. And I was like, that's a very real read. And I really needed to hear that. Because I was engaging in these horrible arguments with these really horrible people all the time. And it was just such a downer every day of my life to be addicted to that negativity. And I stopped. I stopped because she told me to stop, and it was good advice. And VTubing is crazy. A cat girl told me a thing, but that's what happened. And so I left Twitter, and my life got better. My CCVs and engagements went up, not down, because I was in better mental health. So you have a Facebook for literally 5 people. You don't share it or care for it. It's literally just to connect with a few family members you're good with. I had one exclusively to use my MetaQuest 2 headset, and I don't need that anymore, so... It is literally named Ushi Mimi, and has no friends. You have a blog because when you overflow, it goes to the fingers. Arba, what a good way to put that. When you overflow, it goes to the fingers. You posted some poetry on Bisky, though, that I thought was really beautiful and heart-wrenching. It really moved me, Arba. I really felt that. Babs! Hi, Babs! Hello! Nice to see you again. Welcome back. I hope you're doing well. Gamers, I want to throw a quick special shout out to Babs, who has been very, very cool. And I'm very glad that they're back. They left for a while, and they are now back, and that makes my life better. Let's see. Huge same. Yeah, you archived, purged all your recent tweets, etc/locked. You're camping the handle still, but your Twitter is closed. Mine too. I have a single post. I have a pinned post on Twitter, and everything else I had over 20,000 tweets. I had something in the realm of, I think it was something in the realm of 40,000 actually. I was active on the platform for a decade and a half. It was rough to think of throwing all that away. But then I probably should have deleted it when I became a VTuber anyway. So, Bisky has the feeling of when Twitter made you happier and connected you to all your VA friends. That's really it, Fatagan. Bisky is like Twitter when Twitter was good. And I understand it's made by some people who were former devs at Twitter, so like they know what they're doing. Yeah, camp your handle, you don't want imposters. But it's really just alt-right lunatics and centrists over there. It's not a thing I want to get involved in. You were going to say that you can incinerate it, but you remembered it's already doing that himself. Oh yeah, it's been a dumpster fire since Musk took over, but it's finally burning down. Something like 20 million users moved off recently. You made your Facebook to friend an IBM mainframe. Now you just check it for... Hold on. To friend an IBM mainframe? That sounds like fun, actually. I'd be friends with an IBM mainframe. I'd be like, oh, how's your bus doing today? They'd be like, 64 bits. That would be rad as hell. You can have the same conversation every day as long as the RNG was the same every day. You only keep Twitter because you are waiting on a very long-standing commission you can't cancel without losing half of what you spent. God, still? Ryusei, you're changing your design. That's rotten. You love Bisky so much, you've always thought Twitter was a cesspool, but especially in the past year, it's just been so bad. But Bisky, oh my god, it's full of art and funnies and people you care about. I almost misread that as furries, but it would have still been accurate. I love Bisky furries. Bisky furry culture is great, gamers. And Bisky is really good about moderation, right? If I want to see a PP on my stream, I can click the thing that says show PP. But if I don't feel like seeing a PP, I can leave it closed. So I can be friends with all of my, like, folks who are in, like, their one leg in the horny community without having to expose myself to horny on days that I don't feel like it. It's really rad. I love that about Bisky, and Twitter never gave me that. Maple says you still have a Facebook because you're still no contact with family, and as grim as it sounds, you need to know who's still alive. They're all very right-wing, but you think it's funny all your recommended FB content is trans-coded. That's crazy that trans content still exists on Facebook after everything. I am not connected with my meat family on Facebook because most of them never had it. I don't want to know if they're alive or dead. Sometimes I find myself morbidly searching for my father's name in obituaries. I wonder, because the man had a heart attack like a little over a decade ago and almost died, and he didn't change any of his habits. So, if he survived another decade after having that big, massive heart attack, like, good on him. But I'm expecting to see it in there. He's like 70 now, so, like, totally fair and valid. You still have yours, Twitter, till Twitter is 10,000% dead, aka when everyone we want to see on Bisky finally moves from Jitter. I think it's happening. I think this is the exodus that happens. I think the bulk of good people have already moved over, and I just see people like Jesse Jerdak still fighting with right-wing lunatics on there, and it's like, man, you can stop, buddy. Now your watch is ended. You can step off the wall. There's nobody left here worth protecting. You had a VA who got doxxed by 4chan weirdos on Bisky and Twitter, taken down on Bisky almost immediately, still up on Twitter. Yeah, that tracks. Because Twitter's moderation team doesn't have any professionalism. It's down to the individual thoughts and preferences of the person who moderates, and it can never be reviewed. Nobody ever holds them accountable. There's no way to go above their heads. There's no accountability. There's just none. It doesn't exist. So if somebody decides, well, that person deserved to be doxxed because they talked about their home life too much on Twitter. I mean, look what they were wearing. That's Twitter. That's how Twitter operates. You shouldn't have dressed it like a person who deserved to get doxxed if you didn't want to get doxxed. That's Twitter. That's why you should leave. You went and looked and they have open comms from 2023. That's... I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, Bisky's built-in mute hide show filtering is so nice. I see articles of like right-wing conservatives go on Bisky and get harassed and censored. And it's like, yep. Listen, I was having this conversation recently. Apparently, in Columbus, Ohio, there's news about this. In Columbus, Ohio, there was a Nazi march. And people were pepper spraying and showing guns and threatening them. And tried to chase them out of the city. And, like, there's body cam footage going around of, like, the police interacting with these Nazis, right? Like, well, we've never been harassed or attacked like this before. And even the officer's like, man, it's free speech, but come on. Man, just whatever nonsense you're spouting, it's... And so, like, the thought that these people think that they deserve to be able to say that shit unchallenged is insane to me. Right? Like, free speech is free speech. It's governmentally protected. What freedom of speech in the United States gives you is it means the government cannot throw you in jail for saying it. But freedom of speech is not freedom from consequences. And I think that's an important note about Bisky. Because freedom of speech is not freedom from consequences, and Bisky gives us the tools to just silence people who say stupid, hateful, hurtful shit. We can just delete them. And it's incredible. It's an incredible power we have been given. And frankly, everybody has that power. So if the power to silence shit that is caustic and toxic and harmful makes you feel harassed, then maybe you are a caustic, toxic, harmful person and need to look inward. Freedom of responsibility, baby. Oh, baby. Hey, it's a cat girl. What's up, cat girl? Yeah, I have my account on Twitter to keep people from impersonating me. That's pretty much it. Oh, baby. Freedom of speech doesn't mean other human beings can't show you the boot and kick your pants pockets off on the way out like an old spaghetti western. That's very correct, Wolfwings. Yeah, Bab says it right. Freedom of speech protects you from the government, not me. Run. Just make sure the lists you use are run by good people. Yeah, this is actually a thing, because we've got some bad actors now, some like Russian content farms and a bunch of like weird alt-right shitters who are making lists of like, this list contains everybody who's ever interacted with lolicon content. And I see people on there, like fellow trans creators that I know for a fact are clean. And make sure you're using, if you're going to use one of the curated block lists, make sure you're using it from a reputable source. And also, it's as easy as clicking unblock on that block list to undo the damage. So, you know, vet your stuff. Check the list and see whose names are on it. You know, double check and make sure that it's not like a weird hate speech thing.
New title acquired. Too cool for school.
Today has been school, actually, Sliquid. I've been the teacher. It's been Professor Hesper up here talking about parasocial relationships. And now we've moved on to other stuff. What am I missing in chat? Personally, with Bisky, you look at the Twitter trolls trying to interact with you and you just nuke them from orbit. Only way to be sure. Yeah, on Bisky, here's the rule, gamers. If you're on Blue Sky, do not engage. Just block. Do not repost hate speech to dunk on it, because you will be exposing people you love to hate speech. Just block. And don't post arcane spoilers. I will block you if you post arcane spoilers. Don't use a block list, just block people as you see them. I agree. There is like one or two block lists that are kind of short that I've used from trusted sources, like let's say Bonicula. I have used that block list. That block list seems pretty good. But also taking away people's ability to curate their space is why Twitter is failing. Muskrat removed the ability for the block button to actually block people. You cannot stand that. As somebody who has been stalked by multiple people, yeah, I want people to not be able to interact with or see my content if I block them. I think that's important. I think it's an important feature. Ow. Oh yeah, you can detach quotes too. If somebody quote tweets you, if they repost and quote whatever they quote ski, whatever they call it on Bisky, you can detach your original post from there so they can't grab your content and wave it around. You can just be like, nah, that's fine. And they're SOL. I made a post about hags on Bisky. There's a trend, there's a 4chan originating trend of labeling VTubers over the age of 30 as hags. And it's meant to be like a quasi-positive thing, I guess. But they're talking about corpo VTubers, and it's like a funny, tongue-in-cheek thing. Most people don't want to be called that. Most people I know would be offended to be called that. And I made a post about this. I was like, hey gamers, that's not a nice word. Regardless of whoever's trying to use it, it's not a person self-applying. And don't call people things they don't want to be called. That's pretty simple math.
Cool in school.
If somebody doesn't want to be called something, don't call them that. And it's very simple, very straightforward. And so these trends of labeling people as various things have their roots in misogyny or ageism. And these are negative things. This is a 4channer trend. This is where it originated. And so I made a post about it. And somebody, like one of those real problem child accounts that loves reposting shit to like stir up drama was like, hag angry she is being called a hag, and reposted. You know what I did? I detached my post from it. And now their post just says, hag angry she is being called a hag. And then underneath it says, sorry, nothing. Nothing here. No content. It doesn't point to my profile. It doesn't call me out. Nothing. And that's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful moderation tool. We're bringing back spinsters? God! You use a very British bigotry mute list. Otherwise, you just love all the labelers. I'm not familiar with that one. Can streamers make it so people can't view your stream? Yes! Yes, we can! Crow, that is a new feature that has been added over the course of the last year. There is a function on Twitch now where we can prevent blocked users from viewing our streams. There is kind of a workaround in that people will just go to an anonymous tab and not log in and can still view your streams. I do not think there is a way to prevent anonymous viewing, but I don't care that much. Because, frankly, if you have in any way wronged me, I'm gonna get a little fey for a moment, gamers. I do my best to be nice. I do my best to be kind and understanding and compassionate. My goal is to fill up your hearts and help you lock on to slay your way to a brighter day. This is what I do. It's the point of my stream, to give you that smile, that laugh. And if I feel wronged by you, I will keep it to myself. I will work it out with you in private. I will be sad about it in private. Sometimes, because of the nature of my content, I will talk about my personal experiences. I'll scrub all the serial numbers and names off. Nobody will know it's about you. But sometimes I will talk about you if you have done something really malicious or horrific to me. And you will become my content. Gamers, you don't want to become my content. Because you will become my content. So, if I set a boundary, please do not step over it. I'll get a little fey about that. You feel like one of the things that bothers you is that a lot of people who self-ID as hags are also like mid-20s. Well, because it's not about positive or uplifting images. It's not about elevating people or assigning it as a badge of honor. It's about creating an identity for yourself and not caring who else that is harmful to. You've been 10 years on the market and not a single one has courted you. You shall die a spinster. I'm so sorry. One day, perhaps one of those noble-thems from the Gloaming Court? Have you considered the Gloaming Court bounds? I mean, they're timeless. If you can handle a day that doesn't have a day or night cycle, like, perhaps one of them might come calling upon you. And you think the only way to stop anonymous viewing is if they added IP banning, but you think that's a little overkill. I don't. IP banning is a great idea and it should be added. I will say, Crow, that IP banning specifically is a function on Twitch. We don't have access to it, but it is a function on Twitch because, as the streamer, we will now receive a pop-up that says likely ban evader. We are informed individually if a user shares an IP address with one that has been recently banned. They'll tell us. It is a metric they track. They just don't do it automatically. I would love to just be able to nuke someone from orbit personally, but no making content about Iron Bite. I mean, Iron Bite, we've had our differences. We've had our discussions, right? You and I have occasionally had to draw lines, but you've never become my content. Never once. It takes a lot. It truly, truly takes a lot. Taking advantage of me sexually, you'll become my content. That's a thing that happens. Stalking me? You'll become my content. Don't do that. Deeply parasocially harassing me across multiple accounts, and then making alternate faces, whether or not you have DID or whatever, you'll become my content. You, Iron Bite, at worst, at our absolute worst, you are a little brother that I roll my eyes at. Or maybe big brother, I don't know where you fall. But I love you a bunch and I'm glad you're here. It's low-key misogynistic to you. Why only a femme word? Why only a femme word indeed, the Babbling Babs? What an interesting question. What an interesting conundrum. Why we get Silver Fox and Hag as the two appellations to apply to older VTubers. That's crazy how that happens. The Likely Bandivators thing is so good. It really is, Mino. It really is very, very good, and I'm glad we have it. It's really helped me in the past. To be fair, a really committed stalker will just get a VPN, do a leak check, and call it a day. But that costs some money, and it's a bit of a deterrent in the way that, like, no lock is ever going to stop every thief, but it is going to require greater amounts of commitment to get around, so it reduces the number of people who slip through. It's a good thing. It's a step in the right direction. You want to be content where they praise you and compliment you? Okay. You know who I love? There's this one cat girl who comes in my chat, and I think they're just so cool. I think it would be way cooler if they set their pronouns using the pronouns mod on Twitch, that they can use !point pronouns in my chat to get a link to. But I think they're super cool. You guys probably don't know them, but for sure it's like, do not give that label out to other people. It's not a default compliment. You get that people want to reclaim being a content creator that isn't 20 years old on the dot, but stop. You can't reclaim a term for someone else. You can't reclaim a term for someone else. I had a person who's gonna become my content right now. There's a person who's gonna become my content right now. There's a shit stirrer, a perpetual drama. I at one point referred to them as someone's personal worm tongue. There is a shit stirrer in our community, an active person who I know at least one other person in this chat has had direct exposure to, who occasionally I play VTuber Chicken about and discuss very openly to get a giggle. But I will say this person is going to become my content right now because I have content to make out of it. There's a shit stirrer. There's a person who gets in people's DMs, who leaks screenshots, who has personally taken my DMs, said in confidence to them, and shared them with a bunch of other people, who has created such a ridiculous amount of goddamn drama that I can think of nothing better than to remove them from every space they have ever existed in, ever in any username. So they had a big meltdown. Fled the whole VTuber community for a long time. They were gone. They torched every bridge. They flipped a big middle finger off to all of their friends and left. And then one day, a new chatter popped up in my chat. A new account name I wasn't familiar with. Wow, what a neat new chatter. Boy, they certainly seem to be familiar with what's going on. I guess it's a long-time lurker. Then like a month later, I find out in private, they thank me for being cool about their transition to a new username. And I say to this, what are you talking about? What I didn't realize is they had come back with a new username after torching all their old accounts. And I had unwittingly been party to this social manipulation. And so, more recently, some social events happened. Some things went very awry for me. Some folks know about it. It's not a need-to-know thing. I'm not going to make content out of everybody. But I will say, bad things happened to me. I was socially thrown out of a lot of spaces that I thought I was safe in. And the reasons for this were stupid and childish. And so this person, this worm tongue, reached out to me about it, talked to me about it to offer me sympathy, when they were the one goddamn responsible for it. And so they dropped a slur in my chat. I hate these F slur, Hesper. Referring to all of their friends, the people that they were comfortably sitting with, the people that they were watching movies with in a Discord. They said, I hate these F slur, Hesper. Genuinely meaning how much they hate the people they hang out with on a day-to-day basis. And I threw this person into the fucking sun. I think, frankly, you cannot reclaim that slur for someone else. some people, I know at least one person in the chat right now uses that slur to self-apply. It's a homophobic slur, starts with the F word. The F slur. How many people can say the bad word for gay in Pokemon? Part 3. So I threw this person into the sun, obviously, and I got blocked across all the platforms for it, but you can't just throw slurs around like that, gamers. You can't throw negative terminology around. You can't reclaim it for someone else. The F slur, the word hags, it's the same shit. It's the same shit. It's a negative word, and you gotta be careful who you're using it for, because you're gonna upset people. It's shitty and stupid and short-sighted and bad. And that's why this trend is harmful, is what I'm getting at. But so, drop the @ let me nuke them. You know what, Vivi? I will actually talk to you about this in private, because that... You mentioned this, and I realized I never brought it up with you because I didn't want to stir drama, but this might be a moderation issue. Probably not. You're probably fine. But you could also DM Boncha. Boncha knows who I'm talking about. But so, yeah, it's infuriating, right? Wait, what is that emote? I love that. The feral emote? That's so good. Wait, I love that. Maple, yeah, it's a moderation issue, I think. I will mention both of you in private for sure. It's from your friend Peanut. She's so good. Diggy, I know you're, because there's a post in our mod chat. It's already covered. So, with the whole backstory and everything. But yeah, anyway. So, gamers, I don't know what to tell you. Boundaries, parasocial relationships. Super important to be clear on that stuff. You can't reclaim slurs for other people. Don't call people negative words, even if you think it's funny. Don't. It's not cool. If you're... You know what? This is another thing, too. Like, if you're close with your friends, sometimes you rib each other. Sometimes I call Ryusei stinky. If you don't know me, please don't call me stinky. That's kind of a mean word. But Ryusei knows I love him, and he knows I don't mean it. You know? So, and then that's pretty much it. Gamers, that's Twitch in a nutshell, really. I think, hi Arcanic, hello, welcome in. I think that's pretty much everything I really wanted to discuss today. Maybe it's time to step away for a minute, do an ad break, and get some more water? Because it's been 2.5 hours, right? I think that would be a really good time to take an ad break, now that I've talked about everything I want to talk about, I think. I got a new name on the wall of flame right now. Oh, not right in front of the Dragon Quest music though. We'll wait. You vote for water? Well, I have some water left. I need to refill it. Yeah, the context of familiarity and consent makes literally all the difference. Well, it's consent, right? No, thank you, Diggy, for the hydrate. Wow, I should hydrate. What a good idea. Yeah, might be a good break time, good stretchy time. Also, Hesper, thank you for broaching this topic and providing this space for it to be brought to light so openly.
Wow. Hydration. Can you believe it? Just a break away.
Break away! You know what? Actually, before we go on a break, Wolfwings makes a good point. Does anybody have any questions for me as a streamer? No question too difficult, I think. Because, again, I'm not an authority on this issue, but it is... The plan today was to kind of make this a topic of discussion and conversation, so if I missed anything, or if you want to clarify stuff, or if you're not sure about stuff, like... I don't know if anybody's going to have any questions, but if you do... Wear bold, you've been gone a while. Combo spin! I fell down the stairs for a year and a day when the kobold showed up. I was bound into the stairs dimension, tumbling, ass over tea kettle. They warned me about stairs, bro. They told me, dog. For a year and a day, I was bound. But now, I, Hesper Lumina Lightwing, Deciduous Temporaria, Alexandria Moet, Choco Taco Hydro Puncher, everything went better than expected. First try, perfect timing, 10 minutes later, Taco Cloth. I just want everyone to be okay. Lily, have returned to you. I hope that answers the question. Hesper, who was that? Well, that was Hesper. That was Hesper. That was the person who pushed me down the stairs. Me, Hesper. Don't ask too many questions. Kobo pushes the tea kettle too. Yeah, ass and tea kettle. End over end. You're impressed I was able to articulate my speech that quickly? Oh, thank you, Tweak! I mean, you could say your own name without too much trouble, right? It's for a similar sort of thing. Like, that's my magically binding true name. Feel free to use it in incantations and spells and soups and stews. It is yours to do with as you please. That's my promise to you, because people mistrust the Fae. So I give out my true name to make you feel safe. It's my promise with mortality that things are gonna be okay. Question, is there a VTuber etiquette book somewhere? Oh boy, there does seem to be sometimes, doesn't there, Babs? When we step out of line and when we anger people. But no, sadly, I do not believe there is. Because you can't really... Some of this stuff is, we call it soft skills. It's not a thing you can really teach. So much as you have to learn it by stepping in all the wrong places. It's a skill, you know, that you have to practice, as opposed to something like the steps to a dance. And it's just a thing, especially those of us with heavy neurodivergence. Somebody once referred to it as a certain extremely unmaskable neurodivergence, which is something that you and I think, both share. And I think it's just a skill we gotta learn, and maybe we gotta make up some extra ground because we started a little bit behind the starting line, you know? Gotta go get ready for a dentist appointment. Thanks, everyone. This was a great discussion. Shanna, thank you for being here. Have a wonderful dentist appointment. I hope they give you so many extra teeth. I hope you leave that dentist with all of the teeth you want. Do you think there are actually some YouTube videos about VTuber etiquette? Yeah! Oh, hell yeah! That's excellent, Vivi. If you have any links, feel free to share them, either in like the resources channel, in Positivity, or here in the chat, if anybody's curious. I trust you to post links. Yeah, you gotta schedule a dental appointment for Sagan. Don't let it go! Gamers, I had a tooth experience like a month ago. 2 months ago. Boy, dental pain is the worst. Take care of your face bones. Your question is, how does it feel to be a big-time merchant and have a whole town named after you? You forgot it happens in Insert RPG here. I was very surprised. You know, it's kind of spoilers if I answer that. I don't want to spoil that for anybody, Mana. But boy, it feels great. It feels so great. And thanks for when I came to you being like, hey, can you hand me a couple of gold? I could use an investment in the business, for always saying yes. Even though it got to be like a lot of money. Thank you so much, Mana. You have a question, Bibby. Yes, please.
I saw all the secrets. The town is filled with potatoes and turmoil.
Potatoes and turmoil. So, just that kind of place feels like home to me. Yes, it was the word screw, I think.
And Knuckles.
And Knuckles! You're always terrified when you're reaching out to work with more people than you're stepping in it, but you try not to be overbearing. That's valid, Squids. Question is that, yeah, because some people would like to not get yelled at again for accidental faux pas. Babs, I think you and I had the same faux pas. And truly, I got caught in an AoE, is what happened. There was a situation that arose, and I won't give specifics because I don't want to discuss it, but, there was a situation that arose where a couple of people were really beyond pale, and some of us were a little cavalier about it, and some of us were in the periphery, and I'm not gonna, like, absolve myself of guilt here. I did apologize. I did own this. But I didn't really do anything that out of line. I said something that could be too close. I flew too close to the sun in this situation and upset some people, and I gotta own that. I deserve that. You know? I deserve a certain amount of criticism for that. But I will say, I think I kind of got AoE'd into oblivion in that situation. And it was rough. It was really rotten. And I think there's just some folks who don't want me around, and I think that's their right to draw that line, truly. And Babs, I think this is true for you as well. I think at the end of the day, if somebody doesn't want you around, if they don't give a crap if you're in a good mood or not, then don't waste time on them. Don't chase them. You don't need to fix it. It's okay to let it be bad. I mean, if it ever needs to get fixed, they'll come around. They'll talk to you. But if it doesn't ever need to get fixed, then cool. I think at the end of the day, like, you don't need that. Whether or not it was deserved, like, I don't know. I can't be the ethical judge of that. I say your apologies, you take your lumps, you move on, right? That's all you can do. You do happen to have a question, but you're not sure if it's one I want to answer on stream. No, Bagel, go nuts. If it's not one I want to answer on stream, I'll just say, that's not for stream. I'll talk to you in private. I'll just say it. That's fine. That's you. Please expose whatever. How do I feel being so cute and smart and skilled in so many ways? No, I warned you about this. Vivi, don't compliment me. I'll die. And hard, Babs. And very hard. Because you want people to like you. You want to not have fucked up, right? But, you know, if you've carked it, if you've screwed up, this is an important lesson for the parasocial discussion too. If you have screwed up, if people are mad at you, you know, if you've crossed the line, crossed the boundary, hurt a person, all you can do is own that. All you can do is say, yeah, I fucked up. Let me talk about a good apology here. Let me talk about what makes a good apology. Because this is a bit of VTuber etiquette that I can give you without a book. Because this applies to everything in life. A good apology consists of 3 parts. Number 1, the words, I'm sorry. In some form, I am sorry. I regret what I did. I feel bad about it. I am sorry to have hurt you. I'm sorry I did a bad thing. I'm sorry, not I'm sorry you feel bad. I'm sorry with the second part, which is an acceptance of personal responsibility. You acknowledge what you did wrong in the apology. I am sorry that I did this. This was wrong, I accept it was wrong, and I'm sorry about it. That's part 2 of the apology. Acknowledgement of what you did wrong. And a clarification with the person you're apologizing to that you know what you did wrong. Very, very important. And part 3 of a good apology is a discussion or a mention of how you're going to do better in the future. A promise, not just a promise of like, I promise not to do it again, but what you're going to do to make it better. How you're going to make it right. The reconciliation part of the apology. I'm sorry that I flew too close to the sun. I hurt some people. I said some bad stuff. I did something stupid. And I gave someone anxiety that they didn't need or deserve. I accept responsibility for this. I fucked up. Please accept my apology. In the future, I will be more cautious about this. I will be more mindful about the things I'm saying, and I will not get swept up in the wave of stupidity that I got swept up in because I was so excited. It was dumb of me and careless, and I will keep a closer watch on my excitement level in the future to make sure that I do not step out of line. That's a good apology, I think. It's the best one I can offer. And so, at the end of the day, if someone doesn't accept your apology, that's fine. You did your best. Follow those rules. You've issued a good apology. You've taken responsibility. You've owned it. They can take it or leave it, but you've done what you can, and you can rest easy knowing you've done what you can. I think that helps, Babs, in particular. And this is good advice for anybody who is engaged in that kind of situation. Those 3 steps. Say, I'm sorry. Describe what you did wrong and how you acknowledge that you did it wrong, and you know that you did it wrong. And how you're going to do better in the future. That's a good apology. That's a good rule. A good rule of thumb. I don't like rule of thumb. That's a good rule of life. One of the worst apologies is when someone intentionally apologizes for something completely unrelated to what they actually did. I mean, they're still apologizing for something they did wrong, right? But it's bad if they don't acknowledge what they did wrong. Hi, Serene. Let's see. Have I missed anything? Let's see. Be okay with being the bad guy in someone else's narrative? Yeah. It's okay to be the bad guy in someone else's story. It's really okay. That's really good advice, Tony. Your internal justice compass is hard to soothe. It's never going to be perfect. Humanity is imperfect. Mortality is imperfect. It's ugly and filled with things bumping into each other, and nothing is ever going to be perfectly settled. I had a big argument with a friend a couple months ago, and it's never going to be perfectly settled, but all you can do is pave new roads together, you know? That's really all you can do. You replace the bad with new novel stuff, and eventually the old wounds will fade. They'll scar over and fade away, and you won't think about them anymore because you'll have new stuff to be thinking about. That's really the best way to deal with it. So you have a hard time figuring out the best way to approach moderating people who are / maybe neurodivergent, and this leads you to keeping some stinkers around too long and end up letting them make you and other people uncomfortable with boundary stomping / testing. Do you have any tips or advice for that? What an incredible question, Bagel. I'm gonna spin this. I'm gonna insert something else that has come up across my feed recently. And this is gonna be a bit of a hot take. So I need you guys to stick with me here because my own personal trauma is on the line a little bit in this. I'm gonna spin this. This is a trend that is alarming and rising in spaces. I want to talk about plurality with regards to this. And I know a couple of y'all's guts just dropped out from the bottom of your body when I said plurality. But I want to talk about plurality. I want to talk about dissociative identity disorder and plurality. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not an expert in the field of dissociative identity disorder or plurality. However, I have some experience with these things. I have some experience in a very personal way. I've educated myself on these diseases, or this specific condition, and I will not call it an identity for very particular reasons, and I will get into those in a minute. I've educated myself on these in order to care for a person who had dissociative identity disorder. I was a heavily abused caretaker. And I'm not going to get into the specifics because it's very painful for me, but I will wrap that into your question, Bagel, because I think it applies to the neurodivergence, to the plurality, to the ways in which people interact with the world around them in ways that are potentially harmful and not necessarily their fault. Which I think is kind of the unifying factor there. If we're talking about neurodivergence, we're talking about a situation, a developmental situation, a shape that a person can be in, where sometimes their actions are harmful through no fault of their own. I think this is very important because if you are a neurodivergent, if you have some kind of condition or situation that makes you act a way that can potentially hurt people, and you don't have the tools or knowledge to always restrain or control this is a problem, right? Regardless of what the cause is. And so, I think at the end of the day here, what you're dealing with is a situation where a person is a shape that is not compatible with the peace that you are trying to maintain. And sometimes this is in minor ways. Sometimes someone just rubs you the wrong way, or occasionally trauma dumps in your hugs channel. And sometimes it hits in a really big way, in the way of like, my neurodivergence has led me to become obsessed with the idea of being friends with you, and I'm going to follow up with demands of your personal life. I think there are a lot of different ways this manifests. And so there is one kind of unified rule that I have found is as close to a right answer as anything could be, because it's very much an individual thing, right? At the end of the day, this stuff is very much case by case. This is very much like an impossible scenario. Because I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not the source of their treatment. I'm not the person who is going to be navigating this person's emotional complexity. I can't do that, and I can't make that expectation of myself. This applies to everything, depression, whatever. I, as the streamer, find it is best to focus on what I'm here to do, as opposed to the things that are stepping outside of the boundaries of what I want to do. What I want to do on my stream is make you smile, make you feel better, maybe talk about some difficult topics so that you feel less alone, and then have you get on with your day, doing whatever you gotta do with a little bit more positivity in your life, a little bit more fairy light. I'll fill up your hearts for you. You know? In as much as I have the power to do so, I will. What I'm not here to do is navigate your emotional complexities. What I'm not here to do is learn every individual person's personal triggers. I can't. It's not a thing I have the ability to do. And what I'm not here to do is wrangle a community together in a way that everyone is always happy and has all of their needs met. I can't. When you get beyond 5 people, you can't agree on what pizza toppings to order for pizza. You get beyond 250 people, you can't meet everybody's needs. It's just impossible. And to ask you to do that is an impossible ask. So what you need to do, I think, this is a personal opinion from a couple years of streaming, is focus on what you are there to do and reinforce that. Take what you are aiming to do with your space and protect that. Above all else, that is your goal. that is your ideal. And that is what you need to maintain. And so that status quo may not be compatible with some people's particular neurodivergences, and that sucks. It sucks when somebody has a situation that prevents them from participating in a healthy way in what you are doing. But it does happen, and it's not always their fault. So how do you deal with that? How do you moderate that? You want to be accepting of everybody, right? You want to bring everybody into your space and make them feel safe and comfortable. Things like DID or plurality can cross this line very, very quickly because they are an enormous ask, particularly for what I'm doing here. And so, like, let's say somebody manifests or exhibits multiple personas. They have multiple usernames. They come to my chat. One of them gets banned. The other one sits there in my chat, hoping I don't know. I got two different people to deal with now. And maybe one of you isn't valid for my space. And maybe the other one is, but I can't agonize over finding a way to fit that all together. I cannot fit every individual into my space. I cannot ask my whole community to personally accommodate every person's needs. It's just not reasonable or realistic. And if you expand your stream, add a 0 to the end of your CCVs, imagine what it would be like to do what you're currently doing with that many additional people. You couldn't, right? So you have to, at some point, make the commitment to say, this is my core content, this is what I'm moderating for, this is what I'm doing, this is the way I'm shaping this hedge, and I'm sorry if anybody gets cut out where maybe they didn't actually do anything malicious, but maybe they just don't fit what we're doing, but it's okay, because there is a 6-digit number of other Twitch streamers. There's always going to be a place for them to go. So I think, at the end of the day, right, people, and the reason I bring up DID and plurality is an alarming trend, I will say, among trans circles online, of people identifying as plural, which bothers me. I don't know your life. I don't know your diagnosis. But plurality is a symptom and not an identity. And this is the hot take part of this. Plurality is a symptom of a disorder we call dissociative identity disorder. This is a behavioral condition that is developed most commonly in heavily traumatized individuals where they exhibit the behavior of being multiple people at different times. They have identities referred to as alters or personas. One of them is usually fronting at any given moment, which means that is the persona that they are presenting to the outside world. And they are fractured in a way where sometimes they become a different person, effectively, behaviorally. There is no neurological damage involved in this as a general rule, although it does happen sometimes in things like TBI. Usually this is due to physical abuse or serious trauma. And it's the brain's way of coping with things, compartmentalizing, creating alternate personas to process things in as healthy a way as your brain is able to manage. This is something that I am extremely sympathetic towards, something that I am extremely cautious, and I want to tread very carefully because I want these people to be very safe. Asterisk. And I'm going to say something very personal here. I'm going to say something very personal because this is an example of how you cannot moderate your space for everyone's comfort, because it's not possible. I have very serious personal trauma associated with dissociative identity disorder. And content warning, here I'm going to discuss some very heavy topics. I'm going to briefly touch on sexual assault. And I want to be very clear about this. This is not the focus of today's stream, but I am going to discuss a very heavy topic, so if you don't want to hear about it, tune out for about 5 minutes. Maybe 10. Make it safe. With that said, content warning, CW, sexual assault. Thank you, Diggy. You way ahead of me. So, this is not the right music for this. Hold on. Let me find something a little bit more solemn for this, maybe. Let's just pause it for a sec. I just have a little background texture. Let's do some of this. Just to keep things soothing, right? I'm gonna talk about this. Very, very personal story here. When I was younger, I was 14. I had a partner my first partner, my first romantic partner, my first sexual partner, I was 14. She was 18. And I met her in high school. She had been held back. She'd been thrown around from school to school. She was 18 and still in high school. She was a senior. I was just starting high school. I was kind of ahead of the curve because of the year I was, or the month I was born in. I was a grade ahead because I was a smart kid. And so I encountered this girl who had manifested dissociative identity disorder. They didn't call it that back then, but that's what it was. She had different personalities. And one of those personalities was okay with beating the hell out of me and sexually assaulting me for personal gratification. And I was 14. I didn't really put it together because I was presenting male at the time. And all of my friends were like, wow, she's like the hottest big titty witch girl, goth girl at the school. And you're sleeping with her? That's incredible. What a victory. And for a little over a year of my life, I took regular physical and sexual abuse from her because I thought it was a victory. And because she told me I was helping her. She told me having the outlet and a person who accepted her alternate persona as a part of her, even if she didn't share any of its memories, was helping her. And so I was convinced that my sacrifice was doing something meaningful. And I had myself convinced that it was a victory, that I was doing a really great thing that everybody would want to do for a long time. Obviously, this was not true. Obviously, this was hurting me in a really significant way that's hard to describe even in adulthood. But I want to say, I have very severe personal trauma when it comes to DID. And the way that some people who manifest these behaviors or exhibit these traits have in my past. I'm trying to make this not a general statement about people with DID. People in my past, across multiple people, not just multiple alters, but actual multiple people with DID that I've met, have used these alters to justify their actions or to separate themselves from culpability for the ways in which they have hurt me in very serious ways. I've been stalked, I've been doxxed, I've been physically and sexually assaulted. I have a lot of trauma associated with the condition. And so it's very important to note that somebody in your community might be me. I am, in fact, in a lot of your communities. And I have serious trauma about this. So seeing it normalized and accepted can be hard for me. And I believe that people who are undergoing treatment, I believe that people who are trying to self-moderate deserve a safe space in which to do so. They deserve support. They deserve protection, and maybe they'll never truly be over it. Maybe it will always be a part of them and who they are. And I think that's rad. I think it sucks. I think it's rad to accept that and to make a space comfortable and safe for that. That said, and this is true of extremely neurodivergent people. This is true of anybody who has a behavioral or neurological condition that causes them to act in a way that could be harmful to others. This is exactly why we have to cross this shitty line in moderation of, do I accept this in my space? And the answer can be no. At the end of the day, the answer can always be no. And it sucks. But you're not a therapist. You're not a therapy clinic. You're not a daycare. You're not an assisted living home. You're a streamer on the internet, having trains thrown at your face, being a goofball, there to make people smile and laugh, and to say things real fast and make people go, ha ha ha, they said that so fast, that's funny. You're not anything else. You moderate your space for that. You keep your space safe, and you protect the people that you can protect, focus on your core content, and there's always going to be a space that is safe for them somewhere. It doesn't have to be you who provides it. That's my answer, I think. I think at the end of the day, that's my answer. It doesn't fall to you. It's not your responsibility to be the one providing them with safety. They deserve safety. They deserve protection and help and normalization of the things they have to deal with. Doesn't have to be you who gives it to them. And I think that's really valid. I think that's true also being on the other side of it, right? Being the person who has the needs. Sometimes you cross a line and you step out of line. You didn't mean to hurt anybody, but you hurt somebody and they don't want you in their space anymore. And I think that's fine. I think that's fine. That's totally valid. It doesn't have to be. They don't have to be there for you. Somebody else will. As someone who has lived with people with DID, you've discussed and figured out boundaries and such. You love them dearly. They've never been a problem, but you gotta protect your peace at the end of the day. Kelfira, hi! Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate you. So I want to talk about the conclusion to this thought here. And this is a bit of a heavy thought, and I know to some extent my trauma informs this, but there is an alarming trend. This is the thing that people are starting to do this. People are starting to identify as plural without any kind of formal diagnosis, and they're just choosing to live this life of presenting multiple personas because it feels right to them. To which I say, girl, I appreciate your right to self-identify, and you have the right to identify however the hell you want. Asterisk. Please don't LARP as a person with severe difficulties or severe wounds in this way, because this is harmful and disrespectful to the people who are actually trying to heal from this and normalize this sort of healing environment. Please do not adopt the identity of someone else's mental illness. That sucks. That sucks. It's not a game, gamers. It is not a game. And by choosing to experiment with that identity, not in a therapeutic environment, you are creating a situation where people are not going to take people who actually have to suffer from these symptoms and don't have that choice. You're creating an environment where they're not taken seriously, where they are seen as fakers. To most extents, I think as long as you're not hurting anybody, as long as you're not denying anybody else their right to self-actualize, you deserve that, and you deserve to create the person that you want to be. But gamers, to some extent, it would be a little bit like a white person identifying as a black person, and that's just not okay. There's a line. There's a limit. And it involves hurting people, and that hurts people. So, anyway, I wanted to get that out because, yeah, cultures and mental illnesses are not costumes. We are not a cosplay. But people, okay, and this is an argument I've seen. Somebody told me not too long ago that, well, if you're going to make a space accepting to trans people, then you have to be accepting to plural people. To which I say, fuck off. I'm sorry, I don't. Being trans is not a mental illness. Being plural is a symptom of a mental illness. It's not an identity. And I believe that people who are suffering from these conditions should have a place and an identity, and they should have a shared culture and a feeling of belonging and normalcy. But it's not an identity you can try on. It's not a gender identity. It's not a gender. Being trans is not a mental illness, and I'm not going to treat it the same as a mental illness, and I'm never going to. And that's my hot take. That's how I plan to moderate my space. That's how things are going. I have not got any plans to add plural kit to any of my spaces. I just won't be doing it. I will ask instead. This is an intro to me. It's sure. We're talking about heavy stuff today, Korax. I will ask, because I don't want people to feel unwelcome. I simply ask that if you have a condition that occasionally leads you to behave in a strange or potentially harmful way, that you self-moderate enough to not hurt anybody, and then you're totally welcome here. But if you hurt people, I gotta moderate for the thing that I'm doing on my stream, right? That thing I talked about? I gotta moderate for that. So if you're hurting people, you're stepping out of line, you're creating difficulties or drama or causing emotional problems for other people, I gotta remove you. That's it. Just manage your stuff. And if you can't manage your stuff well enough, I'm sorry. That's really at the end of the day, that's all I can do. So it's a difficult conversation, because I know some folks personally who deal with this kind of condition, and I know it's complicated. It's difficult life to navigate, but that's not what my space is for. And I'll protect you and enable you to the best of my ability, but there's some lines that I just ask you to manage your own stuff. You know? That's kind of where I'm at. Anyway, hard convo, I think pretty much that's the end of it. Let's turn the music down. Let's get the fun music going back again. How about this one? I like this one. This one's pretty cool. That's Earthbound. We like it. Can't manage their mental, but you can manage who and what you allow in your spaces. And I think it doesn't have to be a negative thing. It can just be like a, hey, maybe we're not vibing. Maybe we're not meshing. Maybe this isn't the right space for you. And I think it's okay too. Thank you, Wolf, for the hydrate. I hope it's not a bridge too far for anybody. I hope I didn't like lose a bunch of viewers. But you have things to say that relate. Maple, I'd be happy to talk with you about it as from like a professional standpoint, especially because I do have takes on the issue. I am the person with the trauma in this case, and that's gonna be it. Well, I don't want to be unwelcoming to anybody, you know? It's not my desire to be unwelcoming to anybody, but there's some stuff that just isn't gonna, so some stuff that isn't ever gonna be compatible with the space that I'm curating, you know? So, just like, manage it. I can't manage it for you. Some spaces will have the tools to help you manage it. I can't take that responsibility. That's all I'm saying. Also, big one, you're allowed to not like people. It doesn't have to always be a huge crusade to destroy somebody. It's okay to just not vibe. That is something I've had to accept. It's hard to not be liked by some people, but sometimes people just aren't gonna like you. That's okay too. They're allowed to not. I like being likable, but I don't need to be liked by everybody. It gets pathological sometimes, and you gotta just vibe sometimes. Hesper, is it okay to ask you what's your take on neopronouns? I would love to talk about my take on neopronouns, Magna, because I've changed my opinion. I've revised my opinion on this pretty considerably over the course of like streaming over the last couple years. Neopronouns is such an interesting topic to me, because I will always try to honor them, right? I will always try to honor a neopronoun. I think I will call people what they want to be called. The problem herein lies in people asking me to pick up the thrust of making them a normal part of society, because I agree that people should be called what they want to be called, but I also believe that overcomplicating language and adding a billion different labels to things is not the right solution. Again, I'll call people what they want to be called, whatever gives them euphoria, whatever makes them feel good, right? That's my desire, to make them feel good. That's my #1 rule. But at the end of the day, there have been a couple historical pushes to influence language, to add more granular and nuanced gender identities and markers to our language. There have been a couple pushes. Things like thon. Thon is it's a conjugation of that one. Thon, right? And it's meant to be a gender-neutral pronoun for referring to a person in the third person. Thon went to the store today. I know a person who is a thon. I'm friends with a thon. And Thon comes to my streams sometimes. It's awkward in my mouth a little bit because it's not a normalized part of my lexicon, and I only really know one person who uses it. I will say, there is the issue of function here. Because do I need to know the information that the pronouns are providing in order to interact with you meaningfully? And sometimes there is something presented where it includes things like your sexuality, and it's like, I don't really need to know that up front. And so it feels like it's a little bit unnatural. It feels forced to me. And I'll call people Zer, Gizer, whatever the hell y'all want to be called. As I have a pronouns add-on in the chat. You can do exclamation point pronouns, you can set your pronouns, and it'll display whatever the hell you want to be called on your screen. I will say, I don't think a lot of them are going to catch on, because I think the need for them isn't there, and I think language is a functional, evolving thing. I think we make up words all the time, and I think that's wonderful. I think it's optimistic to think they're gonna stick. That's where my line is, I think, Magna. It is optimistic to imagine a world where everybody comfortably picks from a list of 300 different neopronouns to describe themselves, because there isn't a linguistic need for it in mainstream culture, and mainstream culture is what informs language. So until we change the perception of gender in our mainstream culture, the language isn't going to meaningfully change to fit. And I think that's probably, that the process of linguistic evolution and linguistic drift is really interesting. And people are constantly trying to introduce new labels and new words, and sometimes they stick. Sometimes they do. And I think if any period in history is ever going to see acceptance for something like thon, or they, them as a gender-neutral pronoun, which is part of our English lexicon, it actually is, like it's in the books, I think it's now, in 2024, because our understanding of gender as a culture has evolved to the point where now we're starting to need that in day-to-day parlance, but people are still struggling with they, them. So, like, I think going a step beyond they, them, the people who are already accepting of neopronouns aren't the people who need to have their minds changed in order for the cultural shift to happen. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of where I draw it. Yeah, thon, Babs, that's the one. Less serious question, how do the flowers and moon stick in your hair? Fairy bullshit! Let's see. Scrolling down. You used to use face/fair, made writing for them feel a bit, let me see. Feel a bit clunky. It's a little clunky. Well, so face/fair is a one that had two different definitions. Face/fair is both a gender-neutral pronoun, that is like objectively like a little bit traditionally femme-coded, but like not exactly. And then it also had a definition where people want to identify as fae, like a fae creature from legend and myth, in their name. And I think that's part of the problem, because I think that gets into the realm of fantasy a little bit, of like, I want to wear this fantastical thing because I want to feel fantastical. And I'm like, that's great. You deserve to feel fantastical, but the pronoun is maybe not the best way to feel that way. Maybe a linguistic descriptor is like, I can call you any adjectives you want. We got a billion of them, but the pronoun, the concept of a gendered pronoun is pretty inherent to our language. That's not really a gender. It's kind of a personal identity choice, you know? And it's a very granular specificity to it if you do read it as a gender, where it's not gonna, I think the societal constructs don't exist to support it, so it's not gonna stick. And I think it's a little optimistic, but I'll call people what they want to be called. That's where I'm at. You do your best with neopronouns, but linguistically, it's not really all that viable. I mean, like, I would love to be wrong. This is one of those things I would love to be wrong about. So I participate. I use neopronouns when people want to use neopronouns. Like, that's where I'm at. Whether or not I think it's gonna stick, I do it. So I'll be a part of the change. I could be wrong. I would be happy to be wrong about this. As someone who talks a language with only one third-person pronoun, if there are a bunch of different pronouns, you might as well just refer to you by your name. The name is a very good way to refer to somebody if you're not sure, Dantet. I firmly agree. And I find this in people who have not English as a first language, particularly outside of the Latin-based languages with gendered pronouns, like people, like Japanese speakers, often get kind of confused by the necessity for something like a neopronoun, right? Because their gender construct in Japanese is coded into the speech pattern instead, right? It's coded into the articles and word choice more than it is like a pronoun. So their gender determiners are still very strong, but they're in other parts of the language, right? So you start to talk about the technical specificity of a language and the way a language functions, and it's like, well, there's a lot going on here. Ken actually asked you about pronouns recently. You weren't too sure if there was a proper answer. He said, why do they present it as he, him, she, her, they, them, using both? Why not just make it he, she, they alone? I think for functionality, because in language, he is over there. I like him. There's different pronouns come in kind of sets. And I think for other people, it presents as like, this pronoun is my preferred, but it is also okay if you call me the secondary one. There's kind of two answers to that. I am she/her. I do not want to be they, them. I do not want to be he, him. I am she/her. That's who I like to be. I like to be very firmly planted on the pink side of the gender. It's my comfort place. I think some people have like he/she or he/they. And that means they would prefer it if you called them the first one. But the second one is in case you're a little uncomfortable. The second one is also acceptable too. And I think that's a different answer, but it's also a valid answer. Honestly, you think the thing you have the hardest time dealing with, which feeds into the just not vibing, is trying to learn all the heckin' social rules and getting so freaking overwhelmed and scared to fuck up. I mean, I think that's a very valid trauma, Babs. I think that's trauma, though. I think it's a valid trauma, but I think it's trauma. And I think deal with it like any other trauma, because it's very real. Yeah. A neopronoun is what Fatagan said. Pronouns outside of the traditional English I, you, we, he, she, they. Exactly. The self-determiners like watashi, atashi, boku are the main factor in addition to word/conjugation choice. Exactly. Vivi Tokyo 2025. He/they for you is largely because he is easiest, but not necessarily preferred in any way. See, that's an inversion of it. Normally I see people with preferred pronouns first. But I think it also kind of reflects your own journey with comfort being called different things. Because I know a lot of people who are like, they/she or she/they, because they want to be called she, but are afraid or feel awkward about being called a woman because they're not comfortable with their own femininity. And so the language reflects the social construct, which is the way language works. And so I think people's pronouns evolve along with their own perceptions of themselves and their means of presenting themselves to the world. And so that's why I think the best rule is just call people what they want to be called. And I think that's the simplest rule to keep people happy is call them what they want to be called. It costs you nothing to be nice. It could be a little awkward on your tongue. And if I'm like, Z said this, and I sound a little awkward, it's because I'm not used to using the word, not because I don't respect your identity. And in the past, maybe one or two people have been upset with me for not being super good at it, and I feel bad about that. But I don't feel like I did anything wrong. I'm still getting used to it. Gotta be patient with me. You're they/them, but you don't mind masculine usage, but if you call you girl, you'll throat check them. I've corrected people on your pronouns before, Paps. I've been like, gamers, stop calling them she, it's they. Holy shit. I got a little angry about it. Hyper Sensei used to have some really great VTuber community etiquette posts on Twitter, but they're gone now. They shut their profile down. Ah, that sucks. I hope they saved them. You normally use they, them for everyone because the last time you didn't and got it wrong, you're pretty sure you lost a friend group. It's rough to lose a whole friend group about a pronoun violation, Juno. There may have been some other stuff going on there. I feel like that might have been a complicated and nuanced issue. Because I wouldn't throw you out for calling me the wrong pronouns unless you did it habitually. It would have to be a habitual issue. If somebody really aggressively denies me, I'll throw them out right away. If somebody's like, oh no, that's a he, I'll be like, fuck you, get out of here. But when I get they, them, it upsets me a little bit. Because, okay, and this is important actually. This is the psychology of it, right? Sorry, I'm just juggling real quick, checking your stuff. That being said, this is a good springboard. It's fairly basic, but it's generally true for nearly all streamers. Hell yeah, baby! Thank you for the post. I think my own personal, experience with gender is tied up in my pronouns, and this is why I try to call people what they want to be called, even if I don't necessarily understand it. I want to be she/her, because if you they/them me, I immediately worry in my head that I haven't presented the way I want to present, that you've seen me in a way that makes me uncomfortable to be seen as. If you're using gender-neutral pronouns with me, I worry that I have veered to mask, and that you are starting to wonder about my gender, and I don't want anybody to wonder about my gender. I don't want to be in that uncomfortable limbo. I want to be comfortably ensconced in a nice pink blanket. So I want to be she/her at any given moment, because it makes me feel better, and it makes me feel a little shitty to get, gender-neutral, you know? I'm not neutral, I'm a woman. And so... But that's why, that's my understanding of why a pronoun can help somebody feel more like themselves. Which is why, regardless of my thoughts on linguistic viability, I will usually try to play along, you know? Because it makes people feel good. And I think that's the most important thing at the end of the day. Yeah, for some people, Lilith is preference order. People use it a little differently. It's just kind of like the format, the syntax that we've been using. So people use it differently. It's always better to just ask. At the end of the day, it's always better to just ask, hey, what are your pronouns? Do you have preferred ones? Regional variants too? Japanese is such a complicated language. It's beautiful. It's a wonderful language. I know a little bit of it, but whew, big brain people being bilingual. Unmistakably femme for real. Thank you very much, Bagel. I appreciate that. I frequently disagree. Sometimes I'll be in a collab with like, you know, a girl who could do like a really good squeaky voice, and I get a little jealous and I feel a little bad about myself, and I have to carry that. And I have to try to work through that because I don't want to make my friends feel uncomfortable by expressing that I feel bad about myself because they did something good. That sucks. And this is a little trans femme wake up call for any trans femme people out there who feel this way. Sometimes, if one of your like cis femme friends can do something feminine better than you, and you feel bad about it, don't make it their problem. It's not. Let them be good at something without making it about you. I think it's a trauma that we have to carry. I think that's our responsibility to manage that. The most bodacious of babes. Ugh, I know. You've drawn it. You drew the most bodacious of bodaciousness at one point. It was this model too. That's valid. For you, it's the opposite for you. You know a lot of femme presenting or mask presenting that want to be they/them and would rather be safe until you know. Always be safe. 100%. Yeah, like truly. At the end of the day, that's what this is about, right? That's why we do it. So that's think about why you're doing the thing that you're doing. Usually err in that direction and you're okay. That's true. You've not actually seen those as preference orders either. That's wild. That's how I was taught first. Maybe it's evolved. I don't know. Again, just ask. I think just ask is the best idea. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. It's real sweet of you. You'll do it again. Well, wait until the new one comes down the line, right? Oh wait, that's the one. Gabby, maybe this is an outdated thing. Maybe this is an older usage, right? Maybe it's evolved. Linguistic drift. Maybe it's changed. Maybe that's why, because me and Gabby are in the realm of elder trans, right? We're older than a lot of folks just kind of hitting the road. We lived in a different world. So I'm updating my understanding every day, right? You think Babs will very much like the new one? They did see it. they did see it. I did share. I did have a conversation with them last night. I did have the opportunity to share it with them. So yeah, we had a nice conversation about it. The elder trans. If you look at me, will you go blind? Yes. Yes, I'm sorry. It's just true. And then if you look at enough elder transes, then Trans Thulu comes up out of the ocean. Which, you know, that's some cross-dimensional stuff. Update 1.6, that sounds good. I don't know what you're referring to, but I agree. A new hand touches the HRT. That's right. That's very, every time somebody in my chat comes out and their egg cracks and they're like, hey, I started HRT. That's what goes through my head. A new hand touches the HRT. But it's not even an inability to keep secrets, because I kept this design pretty well secret. It's just a not desire. We don't wanna. We wanna share with it. I wanna start using it. I blew my rebrand again, gamers. If y'all go to Misa Deluxe and look at her VOD of our Paper Mario stream from last night, you can see the new design yourself. And the artist that is doing my 3D model is currently working on it. So, you know. Someday you will do HRT, perhaps on that day, Maple, I will say a new hand touches the HRT just for you. So, you're just a void where secrets go and never escape. Rad. That makes you very trustworthy, but also totally untrustworthy in that cool, like, Fey duality, which I really like. You've seen moments where it's used in preference order, but you feel you rarely see they first in the pronoun order. That's true. I was thinking about that while I was saying it. I was like, huh. I wonder if that's different now. Even with people who verbally prefer they, so it could just be that people don't know there's an order to it. I mean, more likely I've got outdated information. When I started transition, they were still using the term transsexual. So, or transgendered with a D at the end. And it was still regarded as a mental illness. And the treatment for that mental illness was HRT and transition. But it was still regarded as a mental illness. I started therapy in, I want to say DSM-3 territory. So talking about the definition of transition, right, and trans identity and how it's evolved. The DSM-3, I believe, was the first one to discuss gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, or transsexualism, as it was called back then. And then the DSM-4, which is the DSM is the I forget what it stands for, but it's the book of Maine, like it's the Bible of guidelines on diagnosing mental illness, and it's got everything. It's the medical reference book that is used for everything. Yeah, I believe it was 3 that my therapist was working on. I don't know if 3 was current, but most of my therapy took place during 4, DSM-4 era. DSM-5 was published after I was out of therapy. And so the DSM-4 is like gender identity disorder. It's a whole thing. It's a mental illness that projects as displeasure with the gender. We still had like the Harry Benjamin, and like what is the scale? The gender identity scale with the 6 points that's fully defunct now. Gabby will know. Gabby will know this. Is that the Kinsey scale? You said Kenzie. It's the Kinsey scale. I was still in the Kinsey scale era. And so the DSM-5, the newer version of it, which I believe is the current version, has an entry for gender dysphoria and gender identity disorder. And you know what it says? The whole entry is basically just, this is not a mental disorder. We found a physiological component and a social component. This is physiological and social. This is medical and social. This is not a mental illness. And that's it. And it refers you to other like fields of medicine. It left the entry in for people who were looking for it. And it expresses that our understanding of gender and gender identity have evolved to the point, and our understanding of the neuroscience behind gender dysphoria has evolved to the point where we recognize medically that it has a physiological component. We may not fully understand it, but it's there. It's a physiological difference. So it's massive. It's huge, Sai. And all of my therapy took place before that was published. So again, if I've got some outdated information, you know what? Knowledge is an ever updating, ever evolving thing. And I don't talk about the specifics of this too much on my stream. Usually I'm just like, hell yeah, whatever you want, man. So like, getting the specific terminology is not something I normally like am tasked with. So if I'm a little outdated on some of the nuance, then that's my own fault. But yeah, it's super huge, Vivi. It was massive. It was the late 2000s, early 2010s. A couple studies came out where they did fMRI imaging, like functional MRI imaging, on people whose gender identity differed from their biological identification. And they did a bunch of imaging about this. And then they did a bunch of control images and stuff. And there's a bunch of very specific science to it that I won't say I'm like fully informed on and cannot discuss in a meaningful capacity, but I will say the takeaway, I understand the takeaway, is that when you express an identity that differs from your biological sex, it is most of the time associated with your brain being configured almost identically, or at least partially, like what we consider to be a normal brain of the person of the sex that you identify with, rather than the sex that you physically present outside. We understand this. This is science. There is a brain difference. I have, because I had all my my IDs and documentations updated. Everything had a big F on it. I was seeking new medical treatment. I did not have any blood work done for this. This was a hospital treatment for which I was fully female. Presented fully female. All my documentation said female. All the former medical records they pulled had me female. They were asking me about pap smears. They had no idea what I had in my pants. I had an MRI done after the brain injury. And you know what they said? Perfectly normal female brain. I have that. I have that for me. That is what they found. There are structural differences. And now whether that is chalked up to societal roles or identity or hormone replacement therapy remains to be seen. We do know there is a physiological difference. And I'm fully on the pink side, which is very validating for me. But to try to identify gender as a purely physiological construct is also fallacy. It's not that. It is absolutely not that. But the feelings and sensations that lead us to gender transition have a physiological root. They have a physiological origin. A sense of dysphoria, you're not crazy. It's being caused by an actual discrepancy. So, yeah. So, theoretically, a form of chimerism. So, theoretically, okay, there is a bit of science on that I, again, not a qualified biologist, right? Not a geneticist. However, queer identity tends to project more significantly in later children. In children born later in the genetic succession line from a mother who's had multiple children, children born in later birth order are more likely to present alternative gender from what they've been assigned at birth, or alternative sexuality to what is societally expected for reproduction. So the first child, most likely to be straight. The sixth child, most likely to be queer. And that's just science. That's an actual statistic. And it goes up significantly with later children. And so the current running theory, right, as far as causes, we don't have any discussion on this, but there are papers published about this, and this is pretty cool, is that the mother's immune system grows wary of the hormones that the womb bathes the child in to determine its biological sex, and interferes with the process of sex determination in a child, which would result in later children being more likely to express, like, say, intersex characteristics, which is true. And so, we have a whole field of science that deserves study and isn't getting any goddamn funding, so we don't have any new science on it. But it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, pretty interesting to think about. You're a biomaster, so it's not your specialty, but using the specific term where bodies form differently compared to one place or another. I understand. Yeah, okay. I always thought chimerism was like a purely genetic expression, but I guess not. I guess I am wrong about that. Let's see. Pap smears are the worst. I couldn't tell you. I never had a uterus, never found it. Don't know where it went. Very important though, part of health. It's tough to explain yourself to therapists who didn't believe you, but recently you finally got confirmation that you're demi on both the A spectrum. I honestly don't know what those terms mean. I'm glad that you got some closure. It 100,000% deserves more study. Well, you know what? It's very validating to hear it from a biomasters. Also, congratulations on being way friggin' smarter than me. Wild. And again, what I know from like looking up articles and doing like scholarly Googling. So like, I'm not an expert. I haven't gone to school for this. I took a couple classes in college. I have like the barest of groundings in this sort of stuff. So my knowledge is, I'm not an expert. You couldn't call on me to be on a news show discussing this stuff, but there are experts out there who are talking about this, and society just really likes to look the other way. Scholarly Googling equals skoogling. I'm skoogling! In the hormonal and development form, not necessarily the genetic one. See, I'm learning about the definition of chimerism now, because I thought that wasn't a term that would apply to that. That's really cool. I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes from Professor Jane. I would pass your test in your class. Demi needs you need to have a strong emotional bond to be romantically attracted to someone regardless of gender identity. In that context, is that correct? Huh. Oh, that makes sense. That's the Demi that I do know. Also, you missed a big chunk, but welcome back. You hope I'm feeling better. Yeah, I feel a lot better. I aired out some stuff about why I needed to take a break, about my boundaries, with regards to parasocial connections, and why I got so overwhelmed with my bad work-life balance, and how I'm gonna do better moving forward, so... Damn, see, I'm learning so much. Y'all can just keep talking, I'm just gonna read. You're not that smart, you just got very autistically interested in fission molds? That sounds rad as hell, and way smarter than I can handle. Demi-romantic equals romantic, demisexual equals sexual attraction, not until that strong connection is formed. Huh. No, that's very cool. I'm learning stuff.
Speaking of break, Don't forget to take yours soon. The short one.
Oh, the one I was gonna take an hour ago? That's crazy, Diggy. I think we might just, we might take a break shortly, I don't know. So I had plans to bring on a guest today and hang out. I reached out to her last night and I was like, hey, what are you doing today? And she's probably off getting lunch right now, but, I had planned to be like, hey, gamers, we're gonna hang out with this person. But then she was like, hey, I don't want Dragon Quest spoiled for me. Maybe we'll do it another day. And I was like, well, maybe we'll play something else. And I don't know. Oh, hell yeah. I hope you had a good lunch. Hi, Dolly! Because of oops, parasocial issues or something, a generation of therapists are gonna need to be very skilled at. Truly, it's become such a big deal in our thing now. So Dolly, I hope it won't be like super insulting to you if I need to wrap stream in the near future. This is my first stream back in a while, and I was supposed to be resting, but I did 4 collab streams a week. I actually streamed more over the last 12 days than I normally do. So I might wrap a little bit early today and not get into any gameplay, and maybe we can schedule something together, because I would really love that. If you and I played, like, I don't know, Atlas or something. Yeah, see, Dolly's very cool. I don't know if you guys know $1.50 Slice. I can shout her out in the chat. She likes some more mature content than I do, as a general rule on my stream. She's delightful. She's incredible. She's powerful. She's super cool, and I love her to death. And Dolly, come here. Come closer to the screen. Come here. I'm rubbing my face on the screen for Dolly. Set marking. She's very good, and you should go check her out. Woof. Agree to pitfall you're still falling into these days. Had to really restructure your social life and focus on proper friends. I think that's very valid, Kelfira. I think it's very valid. Well, especially in this space where we're like, also, hi, Zan, hello. Also, hi, Taki Rosh, welcome in. Also in this space where we're like bumping elbows with everybody so often, and we're like peers in the creative space, because I see at least like 15 streamers in my chat. We're bumping elbows, you know, we're close to each other. There is a certain amount of social connection as opposed to parasocial between us, you know? So like, it's really easy to lose track. And it's really easy to like lose track, and it's very hard to say no, I don't have time, I'm sorry, to a person that you genuinely care about, because I genuinely care about y'all. Not just the streamers, just everybody, you know? Misa! Hello, Misa! I was collabing last night, I talked about this a little bit before, on Misa's channel. We played Paper Mario, The Thousand Year Door. I am, of course, voicing Vivian. And also Goombella, who sits in Mario's pocket all the time and is really mad at Koops, who we have defined in probably the worst way. Because we ad-lib, we improv, it's what we do. We play a game, we read the dialogue, we give Goofy little characterizations and add little add-ons, and Carnage is playing Koops. And Carnage decided that Koops was the parasocial Mario follower, who very much thinks Mario is his best friend immediately. And so we've given poor Koops the world's most horrible identity. But gamers, if you wanna hang out and have a good time and enjoy those streams, go check out twitch.tv/MisaDeluxe. She's my wonderful friend, the bunny girl VTuber from the future. Her space is always so wonderful. I adore Misa to death. A good example of a person I met through streaming who I became genuine, very close friends with. I love Misa's very. She also does this thing where she absolutely validates and enables my gender in a way that makes me really happy. She's very good at it. And she has really good taste. Bunny Girl, you say. Bunny Girl, Maple, have you not met Misa Deluxe? Misa, one of my best friends in the world? Oh, Maple, you should definitely go check out Misa Deluxe. The time-traveling bunny girl VTuber from the future who's come back in time to teach us about environmentalism, being kind to the planet. Whew. We do Beard's Buddy every year. It's a fundraiser where we'll pick an I say we, Misa will pick an environmentalist charity, and we'll raise money for a charity. This year we did Whale and Dolphin Conservation. I keep saying conversation. Whale and Dolphin Conservation. WDC is a really great charity. We raised a lot of money for them. I do not remember exactly how much, but it was in the 4 digits. And it was a really great experience. So check it. Look forward to it for Earth Day next year. What am I missing? Coops deserves better. Coops deserves better, and we've ruined him. You're 100% right. Yeah, go Goomers! Sorry, I didn't hear the TTS. Go Goomers! Goombella from Goom U. You trying not to put the in front of WDC. You did it anyway subconsciously once. Me every time! The WDC, right? The BBC.
The Gang Distillo Aquatic rebrand. Don't forget.
I have a Kobold model that's ready to get whale colored. Which is actually really I should get on that. We have not forgotten. This is actually a thing. I had a really cool idea for getting an orca color scheme on Hesper and then putting a little whale tail on her. And boy, did I find out some things about the texturing on that model when I tried to do that. So I'm gonna have to do some work for that. I might just end up getting a PNG drawn. I don't know, we'll see. You always love to see ocean charities. They were so cool to work with. Truly, there was a person by the name of Gabby who we worked with. It was very, very rad. And I learned so much about my favorite cetaceans. Whales and dolphins and the definitions thereof. PNG, maybe! Debs, if I was gonna ask you to draw me a PNG, I would ask you for a different PNG and I would start using it immediately. Other Gabby was very cool. Yeah, Maple. Misa's so cute. Misa's so great. Absolutely check her out. And I will say, Positivity, the VTuber group that we're a part of. Some of y'all may have been away, may have not have been around the stream. Some of you are wondering, where I went. I'm just gonna pause this for a second and achoo.
Hey, I'm Bancha. Are you trying to fill up my heart meter?
Let's have some good quality fun.
The best saving throw is staying positive.
You and me, we saving the planet. Let's go, baby.
Magic is the proof of courage, and I have plenty of that.
So that's all my friends. That's Positivity. That's my streaming group that we formed together. It's a bunch of wonderful people, some of the nicest and kindest and best people I've ever met in my life, and I love them very much. And my door opened because my wife is on me. Hello, wife. I love my deadly. You come say hi to everybody. You want to say hi to my wife, everybody?
Hello, Internet.
Whoa, you got so husky. Oh, I tried to track you for a second.
Hi, LMD.
Everybody says hi. Welcome home from work, my love. Are you doing good?
I'm waving.
Wonderful idea. And then maybe after, if I'm gonna wrap stream relatively soon, you want to go get groceries? We have to go get groceries, gamers. Turns out you need to buy food in order to live.
I love ya.
Excellent. Wonderful.
Also, hi, Lumina.
Also, hi, Carnage! Hello, welcome in. Speaking of the devil.
And then there's Carnage. He's here.
Speaking of the dude who gave poor Coops the world's worst personality, Carnage and I, we tried to do this for a little bit, and it didn't really catch on, but we wanted to set up like an improv practice. Because me and Carnage both decided that improv skills were like a really good way to amp up and rev up our streams and get a little bit of extra oomph in our bits and in our.
I'm sorry that I'm not sorry.
In our interactivity. And so Carnage and I sometimes will like kind of lock eyes and be like, all right, we're improving.
Are you sorry?
And we'll start throwing a bit back and forth. And it's really fun to have a scene partner, because I haven't had like anything I could call a scene partner, even in this industry where we're constantly performing, I haven't been able to call anything a scene partner in a really long time, but Carnage does this with me. And so this is how Coops came out. We just kind of were improving. And poor Coops suffered the consequences. Honestly, transphobic, you have to get groceries before you can make food. It's honestly transphobic, I agree. It's extremely, extremely bigoted that I have to, like, buy food before I can eat food. So, but yeah, that's... Have I watched From Alley to Zaki? I have! Dropout is the best use of $7 a month you could possibly use. Gamers, I'm gonna throw a quick plug. If you have an extra $7 a month, even just for 1 month, head to dropout.tv and get a month sub. There is so much content, whether you're into tabletop RPGs or improv comedy or shows with a higher production value. They have some animation up there. They have some stand-up comedy. They have a bunch of like improv sketch stuff. They have a bunch of tabletop RPGs played by a team of improv comedians, which is truly an incredible experience. Absolutely cannot recommend Dropout hard enough. And they're extremely, extremely queer. They're super queer. And I want to be clear that I am not being polarizing or inflammatory, nor discussing a political situation in a polarizing or inflammatory way. I would never do that, Papa Twitch. Except for a brief intermittent mention of politics. ACAB, trans rights, free Palestine, stop Asian hate, Black Lives Matter. Very, very loudly, I will say these things with my whole chest. That's not the focus of my stream. Because it can't be. Per the Twitch terms of service, I can't make those things the focus of my stream. But I will say... is I also cannot use the word that starts with a Z to describe people who oppose Palestinians having the right to life. What I can say is that Dropout came out and did do that. And they made a very clear statement about it. And I think that takes a lot of courage. And I think they received a lot of death threats, and their filming schedule has been disrupted now. They talk about it on their Discord a little bit. Their filming schedule has been disrupted because they've just hired extra security for their actors. Because of all the death threats. So yeah, they're really rad for that, for taking a stand and for not being cowards who insist on their talent not being polarizing or inflammatory on their platform, like some other platforms do. Where you're not allowed to discuss things like human lives being taken endlessly and pointlessly for a thousands of years old religious war. But so, anyway, I won't discuss that stuff. Because that would be polarizing. I have polarizing opinions about this sort of thing, so I won't discuss it. I will just say, Dropout is a good way to spend your money if you got an extra $7 a month, and they're a really good company to support. If your politics align with those things I just described. It's very valid. Twitch does not require me to give equal airtime to the opposition, which is great, because I would punch a Nazi if a Nazi came to me right now. Dropout's a really good way to spend some money. And someday, I hope Dropout does a VTuber episode. And I hope they call on me. And they won't. Because they would call on a VTuber with, like, tens of thousands of viewers. You know, any one of the VTubers that was, like, popular. Or in the mainstream. They wouldn't call me. But gamers, I would be great on Dropout. I would be so fun and so funny. I'd be so good. So, but yeah, that's kind of where we're at. That's kind of where we stand. And if you're new to the stream, welcome in. I say a lot of things very loudly and with my whole chest, as a general rule. Twitch has changed their terms of service and I can no longer say certain things. But I want you to know where I stand. You watch Actually? Actually is so good! I love Actually, because I play along at home. The episode they had Matt Mercer on, I scored really well. Most of them I score really badly. Drawfee featured Rebecca Roney prior to even hitting partner, so... Yeah? I mean, I would love that! Can you imagine? Listen, getting Twitch partner would be amazing. Getting, like, that partner invitation would feel like a big milestone for me. If somebody like Dropout reached out to me and said, hey, we have a business proposition for you, that would be infinitely so much more meaningful to me. Put me on the stage with Jacob Wysocki. We'll make Star Fox jokes until everybody gets bored and walks out. It'll be very funny. I stand in my shop. I do stand in my shop. Yes, this is Atelier Lumi, a magical shop where we buy and sell magical goods from throughout the multiverse, all ethically sourced from various places. All purely renewable. You want to buy some tanuki hair? You want to buy some eucalyptus leaves? You want to buy some time travel residue? Bunny hair optional? I got that for you.
I sourced the cookie jar into my wall.
Good job, Slyman. That's ethical sourcing. Slyman ethically sourced the cookie jar into his maw. Hey, don't call it a maw, buddy. That's intimidating. Tanuki hair, genuine tanuki hair. It's the wrong color now, but it's still got transformative properties. Imagine doing an RPG stream and Brendan Lee Mulligan comes into chat and starts egging on the players.
Sorry, my gobblers.
Thank you, your gobblers. I don't know if that's better. But so. I do stand in my shop. No, I think Corex was being goofy about how I wouldn't say anything polarizing or inflammatory, and where I stand is obviously just in my shop, right? That's how I read that. But so, welcome to Atelier Lumi. Downstairs we have a workshop. We have a workshop that is very, very downstairs, like down a year and a day worth of stairs, straight down where the kobold works, who is Hesper Plume, of course, if you speak Draconic. Well, she's Hesper, the plume is it's like a whole thing. She can explain it to you. But I am Hesper, Lumina, Lightwing, Deciduous, Temporaria, Alexandria, Moet, Choco Taco, Hydro Puncher. Everything went better than expected. First try, perfect timing. 10 minutes later, Choco Club. I just want everyone to be okay. Lily Hoof, and I am your humble NPC Fawn Witch. Soon to be something else. Or in the next couple months, anyway. I gotta make a whole, video and stuff before I do it. So. I call you Maddie. Maddie? Maddie. I see, Maddie. Not Maddie, but Maddie. Understood. Understood. I will try to remember this. Maddie. MIDI. I can plug you into my keyboard. Maddie. It is Maddie. Maddie. Like an angry letter.
Speaking of soon, don't forget your breakaroni and cheese.
Diggy, stop calling me out being such a good friend. What the heck? You're right, I haven't. Yeah. Diggy's mod everywhere on Twitch. He's the universal mod. They gave him the official badge. It's a shovel. And he's so good. Beardrick! Hello, how's the questing post-resting? It's going well, Beardrick. We talked about some non-polarizing, non-inflammatory things. We talked about parasocial relationships. You know what? I'm gonna stand up and do a stretch break right now. I'm gonna take my model off the screen for a sec so it doesn't go when I do this.
Also, speaking of soon, join us this weekend for some positivity-related surprises and good stuff, maybe.
Wow, what an incredible thought, Vancha! What an incredible thought to join us this weekend for some incredible surprises for our 1-year positivity anniversary. I'm doing a stretch break right now, and I encourage chat to do the same. Because gamers, when you are a gamer, you spend a lot of time on your butt. When you are disabled, you spend a lot of time on your butt.
I'm going to make them eat things after a big dinner, and they have no clue what it is.
That's so exciting. I can't wait to eat stuff that I don't know what it is. We got sent a package of stuff that is edible, and he hasn't told anybody what it is.
I wonder what's for dinner.
I wonder, golly. I could eat an Octorok.
It's bugs? Maybe.
If it's bugs, I'll be very sad. I'll use the kobold model for that. But so, gamers, when you are a gamer, when you are disabled, when you are anything, when you're an office worker, whatever, we sit down a lot more than our bodies were really built for. And this messes with your circulation and your lymphatic system's ability to clean toxins out of your body, like your muscle tissue. And so this can cause a buildup of fluids or a blockup of things required for your health, processes required for your body to be healthy. And so it is important, maybe once every hour, once every 2 hours if you can, or you know, once every 4 hours. That's totally a healthy time frame to do this in. To move around, whether you can stand up or not. It is important to be able to work your muscles and flex them a little bit in order to force the fluids to move and to prevent that buildup and to encourage circulation. It gets more oxygen to your organs, it gets more blood to your brain, it will improve your performance, but it will also prevent very scary things, like myself who have been on hormone replacement therapy for like a decade and a half. It will prevent or lower the incidence of things like blood clots, which are very scary. So gamers, do a stretch. You deserve it. Take care of your body. Take care of your meat mecca. I'm doing a stretch right now. Hoo. You get up every hour because your legs get angry? Mine do too, Bibby, and they probably would get less angry. Yeah, unprawn yourself. Drinkle and decrinkle. Unshrimp. Streams on both, maybe. Handcam eating stream Saturday night, and then a positivity collab Sunday evening, probably. Keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on the Bisky gamers. Keep an eye on the Discord. You can follow us at bisky.bisky/positivity whatever. I don't know the address of our positivity Bisky. But I am hesper.positivity.space on Bisky, and you can follow me there. Thank you, Diggy. Woo! Okay, let's sit back down. That feels like a pretty good stretch to me. You should stand more. Yeah, probably, Maddie. It's important. It's important for your health. But so, I think that's pretty much all the stuff I really wanted to talk about today. I think we've addressed a lot. Do a little recap, right? We talked about parasocial relationships and how they're not inherently negative or unhealthy on their own, but they can lead to some unhealthy behaviors and how to deal with those. Some of y'all shared your experiences on parasociality and on the streaming space in general. We segued from there into some relationship and dating stuff, some stuff about stalkers, some stuff about real life scary stuff. Oh, we talked about gender identity and gender politics and things like that in a non-polarizing and non-inflammatory way, discussing our personal lived experiences and fully abiding by the Twitch terms of service, which I think is very important. We talked about some more complicated issues. We went to some kind of darker, sadder places for a bit. When we came out of there, we discussed how to moderate your space. We took some questions from the chat. So I think let's cap off the discussion here. Does anybody else have anything they want to share with regards to the topics we've talked about today? Anything that you've been chomping at the bit to say, you didn't quite have the words for earlier on? Anybody have any questions for the streamer with regards to the things we've talked about, including things like setting my own boundaries? Bibby does! Bibby, Bibby, yes. Bibby, what's your question? I'm calling on you in class. Bisky accounts all being domain names is both genius and hard for folks to figure out how to share. I mean, in the era of, like, everybody passes a link anyway, because a lot of the stuff is polyformic, like, chains of letters, like, it doesn't bother me that much. I think the ability to self-authenticate on your platform is brilliant. You heard Darker Seder instead of Darker Sadder. You thought that should be appropriate. It is not Special Seder Day. I won't be doing Special Seder Day this week, but I do appreciate the pun. Hi, Zero. Welcome in. My name is Hesper, Lumina, Lightwing, Lascivious, Temporaria, Alexandria, Bobette, Choco Taco, Hydro Puncher. Everything went better than expected. First try, perfect timing. 10 minutes later, Taco Cloth. I just want everyone to be okay. Lily Hoof, but you can call me Hesper or Lumina for short. It's wonderful to meet you. In villain mode. Nice to meet you. Wonderful to have you. Listen, I'm not gonna make generalizations. Everybody is welcome here, except for Nazis and hateful people. I will say, if somebody comes in my chat and has their pronouns already set without me having to go, hey, set your pronouns with the pronouns thing, I appreciate you, and I like you, and I see you, and I think you're rad. Welcome to my cool custom chat thing that I wrote that shows your pronouns on my screen when you talk, which I think is pretty cool. Thank you for the head pats. Vivi says, Hesper, you're epic. I admire how you can host these educational and mindful spaces. You're really smart. That's my thought. Vivi, no! Vivi, you complimented me. I'll die! Oy, oy, oy.
What?
What? Your KDA rises. Honestly, Vivi, you're carrying the whole team. You've killed me so many times. Thank you, Vivi. I think the same is true of you, honestly. I've learned a lot from your streams, even when you're not, like, specifically posing an educational moment or framing it as, like, an educational space. Like, you talk about things so frankly and with such a place of information That I always feel like my mind has expanded after I hang out with you. I really appreciate it. You're very smart. Vivi's whip smart, gamers. Hot Grandma VT over there in the chat. Vivi, twitch.tv/Hot Grandma VT. You can go follow them. They're super rad. They're super smart. They're super amazing. And very, very funny.
New trait acquired. Vulnerable. Compliments.
There, I already had that one, but yes. Also, this little goopy guy, this little slimy soldier, my little jelly guardian, this is Slime and Gelmont. And Slime and Gelmont is a level 1 slime. He has 1 hit point, he's worth 1 experience, and 2 gold. So please do not whack him with your wooden sword. He would make a very bad start to your journey, and I would have to resummon my familiar, which is hugely inconvenient.
500 years.
That's right, buddy. You're so right for that. You're so real for that. So valid for that. You can spend the 2 gold on ramen. Please, where are you gonna get ramen in Brittany for 2 gold? A basic ramen package is 14 gold. You'd have to whack a bunch of slimes to get a ramen package, but it does restore your hit points, so. I mean, maybe. He's worth so much more in your heart. No! He's worth more on my chest, sitting comfortably. He's worth the most right there. He doesn't need to be anywhere else, Beardrick. Don't put him in your heart. That's crazy. Do not inject slime intravenously. That would probably be very harmful to you. Thank you for clarifying your boundaries, Hesper. You've constantly been wondering if you cross the line. It's helpful to know where that line is. I mean, so Rose, it's like, you're welcome again, but it's like, it's not even like a thank you thing. It's just I had to, because it was really putting a huge strain on me. I never mind a DM. I really do never mind a DM. I never mind when somebody says like, hey, Hesper, good stream. Or like, hey, Hesper, nice slime, you know? Or like, or Hesper, I really like the new model. Wow, the fairy model's so crazy. You worked so hard on that video. That's amazing. I was so wowed by it. That's wonderful. That's a huge compliment and I'm honored to receive it. But I won't be able to give y'all personal friend attention every time. It's just, I get too many DMs.
I taste like butter and
not enough need to go around.
From ancient tombs. Better watch out. My outer layer might curse you.
Diggy is the earth. Ow, understood. Where does one obtain veins? Ask Slimin, he probably knows. I figured you meant to do Slimin, but that's very funny. Diggy's just the earth. It's be Earth's buddy, but Diggy's buddy. Be Diggy's buddy, but like, you know, consensually and with respect for his boundaries about things like friendship. But no, I think that's pretty rad. I think it's pretty good. Hi, Allie. Hello. Hello, welcome. This is my first stream back on my own channel in about 12 days. It was exactly 12 days since my last stream, actually. There were 11 days off. Feels like I was gone for a month. I actually barely missed a week. So I think probably I'm gonna wrap. I think probably is the best idea. I think we're gonna raid out, but please stick around. Please stick around for the raid, I'm begging you, because not only does it give me the benefit of raiding out with a really big number, which feels really good, and the target streamer of receiving a really big number, which feels really good, but if you say something in their chat, check in and follow their rules, including the raid message, or just a nice compliment about them or their model or something that they're doing, or an observation about their stream that is phrased in a friendly way, you will get more channel points here to buy rupees to throw stuff at my face, or save them up for all the wonderful fairy redeems I have planned. So, it will be super rad. And gamers, if anybody has questions about the stuff I've talked about on stream today, this is kind of a rare exception. Please feel free to ask for granularity in a DM about this stream. If you have something that you wanted to bring up that was like private, or that you didn't want to air out in front of everybody, like, this is an okay time to DM me about this stream in particular, because this is we address some stuff here, you know. So it's open for this stream, and I will get to it when I can. But let's see if I can find somebody cool to raid out to. Twitch.tv. Let's see who's live. Let's see who among all of our beloved friends is a little bit live right now. Well, actually, like a lot of people. Oh my goodness. Oh my, where, oh, what? Okay, we've got a long list of people to choose from. Let's find out who we're gonna go to. Also, wow. Speaking of dropping stuff on my head, holy cow. I mean, Paige is live, Tickery's live. That's a kobold. gamers, I don't get to raid Apollo very often, but I also don't get to raid Slug very often, and I feel like I raided Apollo more recently than I raided Slug, so the rupee sound is good, Stim. I'm glad. I was worried it was too loud or grating. Thank you so much for the stream. The conversations were so important. You're so brave for bringing this up. Super happy you've established your boundaries. I'll probably highlight that part of the stream and keep it. Hope you have a fantastic night and a good rest of your day. Thank you so much for being here, Tony. Thank you, Diggy, for good talks today. Very important. I agree. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate you. We're gonna raid Sluggy. Sluggy, Love Slug is a little bit more of a mature streamer, so if you really don't want to stick around for the raid, that's okay. But Slug has so much in common with the content we do over here. He's a femboy Slug VTuber. He's playing Yakuza right now. It's gonna be rad as hell. The Love Slug. Highlight your boundaries. Clap, clap. I kind of want to do something like, oh, violates your boundaries cutely, but I would rather not. Pixel yeah, it's my first stream back, so I don't want to go for like 6 hours and I gotta get groceries because we don't have anything to cook for tonight for dinner, so we gotta get stuff. Please don't play personal Space Invaders. I think I should like highlight your boundaries. Highlight your boundaries. We're gonna do this. We're gonna decorate with whatever emotes we have. Enforces your boundaries. Yeah, I think a raid message about boundaries, whatever message you want to drop about boundaries, whatever emotes you want to use, we'll keep it positive around here. I'll be in Slug's chat for a little bit, and then I'm gonna wrap up and go get cleaned up so I can go get groceries with my wife. But I will be back here probably maybe Thursday, because I don't actually have any plans on Thursday. Maybe we'll do what we did for the last couple of years and make like a holiday refuge for folks who want to take a break from hanging out with family. That might be a thing that we do. But, I don't know, we'll see. Keep an eye on the Bisky, keep an eye on the Discord. I will be posting all of those things at least a day in advance if I'm going to do a stream, because I always try to. And, maybe I'll see you then. But keep an eye out. Saturday, Sunday, we're doing stuff with positivity. It's going to be rad as hell, and I will see you all there. Thank you very much for being here. Mwah, 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 mwah. I'll see you next time.